Chapter 552. The three of them didn't know how to react. The young man smiled at the big brother, blood demon, Zhangfeng. The big brother took a deep breath. You? The young man pointed at the second brother, knife demon, Pingyou. Knife demon Pingyou's face was pale, but he laughed strangely. Sir, I don't think I've met you before. The young man smiled faintly and pointed at the third brother, sword demon, Shou Haotian. The sword demon sat still, but there was already dense sword energy flowing all over his body, wreaking havoc. The three outer demons had all gathered their lifetime's cultivation and were ready to fight to the death. The young man didn't care at all. His two long legs stretched out more and more. He took a sip of the tea and praised, "This tea is really good. It's actually new tea from back then. You three brothers really have good taste. When I leave later, remember to pack 3 pounds of tea for me." Zhangfeng's pupils contracted. 3 pounds. Sir, I don't think we're at the stage where I can give you tea leaves. The young man said calmly, we'll be friends for a moment, and we'll be friends even when we're old. How can I be stingy with tea leaves? Old Sin, what you're saying is too narrow-minded. He turned the teacup and smiled even more. Back then, the 3 extraterrestrial devils, who claimed to have washed their hands of gold, actually joined hands to set up a website and took charge of the underground world. This matter and this achievement really surprised me. But the result was good after all. The 3 of you aren't in the pugilistic world, but you're in charge of the King of Hell Palace. To a certain extent, you've contributed to the stability of society. The young man nodded and said affirmatively, this is not an exaggeration. It's not a bad thing for the 3 of you to control the King of Hell Palace. In this world, there's never only a white world, there's also a need for a dark world. There must be a coexistence. The 3 of them only felt their blood rushing to their heads. Their hearts were tightly grasped by a big hand. This young man actually knew the 3 of them like the back of his hand. The young man looked at the rolling tea leaves in the transparent teacup, the green leaves blooming one by one. His gaze was still deep, as if he was ordering his subordinates, the King of Hell Palace is still yours. But in the next period of time, my people will temporarily move in. I'm just looking for some background information. It won't interfere with your normal work. Let's settle this matter, shall we? Although he was asking for her opinion, his tone and expression showed that he had already made up his mind. The sword demon let out a strange laugh and said, Your Excellency, you are so confident that you can defeat us. But we don't know you, and we don't think you are qualified to give us orders. How can you teach us? The young man smiled and said, No, you know me. The 3 of them looked suspicious at the same time. Do we know you? The young man said leisurely, the 3 of you should be quite familiar with me. Although we haven't met before, you must be familiar with my name. Is your name familiar to us? The expressions of the 3 became increasingly serious. After a second of silence, Blood Devil Zhangfeng solemnly asked, May I ask for your esteemed name? The youth said indifferently, My name is Yu Dong Tian. What do you think? Don't you find it familiar? I am that Yu Dong Tian you know very well. He raised his eyebrows. Right? Am I right? Are you familiar with me? Puff. The moment the sword demon and the sword demon heard this name, they were scared out of their wits. Their true chi immediately went astray. The accumulated sword chi in their bodies had nowhere to vent, but they didn't dare to release it in front of them. They forcefully maintained their true chi and forcefully suppressed it. The chair under them was immediately cut into pieces by the overflowing energy. The 2 of them sat on the ground. But their 4 eyes were still looking at the young man in front of them with shock. The sword demon only felt the heat in his crotch. He was so scared that he had already wet half of his pants. The blood devil Feng, who was sitting on the main seat opposite him, turned pale. The teacup in his hand was crushed. The water flowed on the tea table, and a part of it actually flowed towards the young man. Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He directly bent down and used his mouth to drink the tea on the tea table. He was afraid that it would really flow over there and annoy the Heavenly King. But he drank too quickly and choked. For a moment, he couldn't stop coughing. He covered his mouth with one hand and turned his head to one side. He actually didn't dare to cough in front of the young man in front of him. But he turned his head too quickly. With a crack, he broke his neck. In the midst of his haste, he apologized while holding his neck with his hand and turned back to his original position. But his head was already drenched in cold sweat. What is this? This is a person's name, a tree's shadow. Just the 3 words Yu Dong Tian made the 3 outer demons of the past, who were now the rulers of the underground world, lose their composure. They showed all kinds of ugliness and were scared out of their wits. Heavenly King of the Right. You are right. We are indeed familiar with your name. My lord. The 3 people who came back to their senses moved in unison. They knelt on the ground at the same time. Their faces were only pale, without any trace of blood. Any one of the 3 outer demons was quite a powerful and ruthless character. No matter whether it was their cultivation or reputation, they had reached a very high level. Even though they had already retired from the martial world, there were still legends about them in the martial world. In fact, if not for each of them being ruthless people, how could they really live a stable life? How could the martial world's chaos be stopped by just retiring from the martial world? When the 3 of them joined forces, they had an earth-shattering power. Even if their opponents were 1 level higher than them, they could still fight and even win. But compared to the Heavenly King of the Right, they were still fireflies and the sun and the moon. They couldn't be compared. Why are you kneeling? The Heavenly King of the Right, Yu Dong Tian, smiled faintly. Then, he sniffed and showed a look of disgust for the first time. Who peed? Why aren't you changing your clothes? Then, clean this place. He shook his head and said with some disappointment, the 3 of you are the rulers of the underground world. How can you be so timid? You don't pay attention to hygiene. Peeing and urinating everywhere. Is this how the 3 outer demons behave? Yes, yes, yes. We deserve to die, deserve to die. The 3 of them nodded. Zhou Haotian, the sword demon, quickly ran out to change his clothes. As for running away. What kind of joke was that? The Heavenly King of the Right had already found their nest. Why would they run away? If they ran away now, they would be crazy. As for the blood demon and the sword demon, the 2 brothers hurriedly found some tools and mops to clean the place. They opened the windows. They used their life's cultivation to cover all the strange smells in the room and threw them out. Then, they filtered the fresh air from outside and spread it in. The sword demon even went to his office and brought in 2 big pots of fragrant green plants to clean the air as much as possible. After a long period of work, the sword demon also changed into a clean set of clothes and came back. The 3 of them nodded and bowed, but their bodies were still trembling uncontrollably. Their lips were blue and their faces were pale. Heavenly King. The blood demon opened his mouth with great difficulty. At this moment, he had the urge to die. Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Even if you found us, you could just send a soldier to say a few words, and we could only run away. Was it necessary for you, the Heavenly King of the Right, to come here personally? Could it be that you wanted to make sure nothing went wrong, so you came here personally? You think too highly of us, don't you? Intentionally or unintentionally, the blood demon saw the poker cards on the table. He wanted to cry but had no tears. The reason was very simple. When the three brothers had nothing to do, they would play do di jeu for a while. The current situation was exactly the same as a joke that was circulating on the internet. I threw out a 3. Then, the Heavenly King exploded. How could we play? How could we play? Sit down, sit down. You don't have to look like dead people. I'm not here to make trouble for you. The Heavenly King of the Right was still amiable. He smiled and said, today, just treat me as an ordinary customer. At most, I'm an uninvited guest. Customer. The three of them wanted to cry but had no tears. How could there be a customer like you? Sit down. Yu Dongtian glared at them. The three of them immediately sat down on the ground in unison. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead and sighed. Don't you understand human language? I'm asking you to sit on the chairs. Oh. The three of them quickly went to find chairs. The Sword Demon and the Sword Demon quickly dragged chairs over. The Blood Demon had a chair on his side, so he directly sat down. Unexpectedly, his mind was still in an unbalanced state, and his vital energy leaked out instinctively. He followed in the footsteps of the Sword Demon and the Sword Demon and directly shattered the chair. He had no choice but to repeatedly apologize and look for chairs in a sorry state. After a while, the three of them finally sat down. The three of them sat upright and still, like primary school students who had skipped school and met a strict discipline master. You don't have to be so tense. Yu Dongtian said indifferently, do you need me to repeat what I said just now? No. Every word you said just now was etched in our hearts. We dare not forget, the three of them said in unison. The Blood Demon Xin Zhangfeng hurriedly said, you said you want to send people to investigate the background information. This is completely no problem at all. We welcome you with open arms. Yu Dongtian said indifferently, obedient. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Don't worry, this is just a temporary move. After this matter is over, the King of Hell Palace will still be yours, Yu Dongtian said. Yes, we three brothers will listen to your orders. We will not disobey, and we will agree. Yu Dongtian looked at the three demons who were scared out of their wits and smiled helplessly. He still made things clear. This matter does not need me or my men to appear, but I came personally. Do you know why? Xin Zhangfeng's mind was still in a mess, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He heard the Heavenly King's words very clearly, but his brain could not do such a thing. He could only blink, like a primary school student with a strong thirst for knowledge. In a daze, he asked cooperatively, why? His face was full of curiosity. This action was inexplicably cute. Chapter 554. A big net had been pulled open. A riot that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had also begun. But the other net, which was even taller and larger, was even higher up in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun. Who was setting the trap? Who was pulling in the net? Who was playing chess? Who was the chess piece? Cui Xiao Duo was completely unaware of this. He just felt that the current situation seemed to be a little strange. The first half of the night was unexpectedly quiet. No one came to find trouble with him. How could the other party be so calm? It was already 3:00 in the morning. It was almost past the limit of the human body's tiredness. Cui Xiao Duo had just stretched his body when he suddenly saw a shadow flashing in front of him. Cui Xiao's body swayed and he was dozens of feet away. Puff! His original position had already been smashed into smithereens by a surge of qi. The fatal attack came unexpectedly. The murderous intent was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. 5 shadowy figures appeared around him. Is it this guy? It's this guy. Go! Sua Xiao Duo held his long sword and shouted, "Who are you?" The 5 people did not say a word. 5 weapons attacked like poisonous snakes. Sua Xiao Duo snorted and summoned the drizzle sword. He waved it repeatedly and his surroundings were immediately enveloped by a dense curtain of rain. Dang, dang, dang. 5 consecutive sounds of vibration. Sua Xiaoduo's long sword had collided with the weapons of the 5 people. Even though the rain sword had the ability to dissipate the force, Sua Xiaoduo still felt waves of pain in his wrist. Nascent soul transformation. The 5 people were all cultivators in the nascent soul transformation stage. Moreover, they were not ordinary nascent soul transformation stage cultivators. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. Run! With a flash of light under his feet, the moonlight suddenly overflowed as the full moon rose abruptly. Sua Xiaoduo rode on the full moon and drifted more than 100 meters away. He floated all the way up and landed on the top of the mountain 100 meters away. This amazing body movement was one of the 3 body movements that his father, Sua Changlu, had taught him and Nian Cat, 1,000 miles bright moon. Sua Xiaoduo had already practiced this movement technique to the point that he was very familiar with it. However, he never thought that the true effect of this movement technique would be so awesome. With just a slight movement, he had already arrived at the other end of the place he had anticipated. At this moment, the moon in the sky seemed to be even brighter, as if it was cheering for Sua Xiaoduo's marvelous body movement. Seeing that their target was right in front of them, the 5 people who were heading towards them were astonished. According to their momentum, the 5 of them had already formed an encirclement. The moment they arrived at Sua Xiaoduo's resting position was the moment when the power of the 5 of them reached its peak. After all, they had never intended to talk nonsense with Sua Xiaoduo from the beginning. They wanted to kill him directly. However, they could not imagine how this brat, who was only in the embryonic breathing realm, could fight against the 5 of them without being at a disadvantage. With just a slight turn, he was able to escape from the range of their chi activity. Rising 70 meters as if he was weightless, then moving 100 meters in the air, all the way to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, illuminating the heaven and earth, making it hazy and cold. It was bright and clean. Sua Xiaoduo had just tried out the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique. With a thought, his body moved, and his mind moved. In a trance, he had arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking up at the crescent moon that had risen to the middle of the sky, his mind was filled with the description of the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique. The effect is better when used under the moonlight. Could it be that this body movement technique could actually communicate with the power of the moonlight? It couldn't be that magical, right? Yes, just now, with a thought, his body moved quietly, and he had arrived at the top of the mountain in an instant. It was indeed magical. While Sua Xiaoduo was still pondering, the 5 people had already chased after him in the air. They were all dressed in black and had masks on their faces. Their murderous intent was clear and undisguised. Take advantage of the fact that the others haven't arrived yet. We can't miss this God-given opportunity. Make your move quickly. We'll leave as soon as we're done. The 5 of them activated their secret techniques at the same time, unleashing the man and weapon as one technique. Each of them exerted all their strength, intending to end this battle and the person in front of them in the shortest time possible. Sua Xiaoduo saw that danger was approaching. He shouted loudly, "Who are you people?" The 5 of them did not say a word, burying their heads in the attack. After Sua Xiaoduo finished his opening speech, he immediately dodged and said faintly, "The 5 of you don't look good today. You're all plagued with sins, and you're about to be killed. You're filled with bad luck, and you don't want to seek good fortune and avoid evil. Instead, you're thinking of robbing and killing. You're about to face a bloody disaster. Why don't you put down your weapons and we can have a good chat?" I'll give you some pointers on how to avoid death and prolong your life. Isn't it better to be friends than to fight and kill? Xiao Duo did not stop talking. The rain sword in his hand, the starry sky steps under his feet, and the newly comprehended 1,000 miles bright moon steps did not stop either. He was able to maintain his composure in the midst of the 5 people's joint attack. The 5 of them did not say a word, but their attacks became faster and more ruthless. You're the one who's going to face a bloody disaster. You're going to face a bloody disaster right now. You're here with a purpose, so you must know my background and background. At least, you know my information. I know how to read fortunes, and I gather all that I've learned in my life. Put down your weapons, and let's be friends. I'll do my best to give you pointers on how to avoid the disaster. Everyone will be safe and harmonious. In the future, we'll be good together, and everyone will be good together. What do you think? Xiao Duo continued to talk. Believe me, you're really going to face a bloody disaster. It's about to come true. The 5 of them still did not say a word, but their attacks became fiercer. The sword in Xiaoduo's hand flew up and down, and he tried his best to resist. However, he could not help but be suppressed. After a while, he suddenly shouted, so powerful. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoduo's body suddenly leaned back. Seeing that they had the upper hand, the 5 of them became more and more unforgiving. They rushed up together and attacked continuously. However, a ball of bright moonlight suddenly flashed, and Xiao Duo floated out with the moonlight. In a flash, he had already entered the dense forest. Nobody knew how far he had gone, and he was even more hurried to the depths of the forest. The 5 of them did not have any scruples, and they chased after him in unison. This brat's movement technique was truly awesome. Truly amazing. He left the battlefield just like that. Especially that round of flowing moonlight, it was as if the moon was helping him, and it was so mysterious that it sent him out. Just as the 5 of them entered the forest, the sound of the wind suddenly rose, and it was mixed with copious amounts of heat, and it came raging towards them. The 5 of them came with a purpose, so they were naturally familiar with all the information that Xiao Duo had shown in front of others. How could they not know that this was definitely the hidden weapon attack that Xiao Duo was good at? At this moment, they only had a feeling of, as expected, in their hearts, and each of them blocked the attack. Dang dang dang. After 5 consecutive sounds, the incoming hidden weapons were all knocked away, and no one knew where they landed. Then, a glaring red brilliance rushed towards them from the opposite side like a violent storm. It was as if a sea of magma had suddenly erupted. Before it even got close, the heat waves were already rolling, and the 5 of them felt that it was hard to breathe. Looks like this is the legendary Flaming Sun manual. The 5 of them thought so, and at the same time, they became more alert. On the opposite side, Xiao Duo roared again, I'll fight it out with all of you. It looked like this Flaming Sun manual was indeed his trump card. After all, he was just a baby Xiao. The 5 of them held their breaths, and each of them circulated their cultivation, and clashed repeatedly with Xiaoduo's rainstorm sword technique that was wrapped in the heat of the sun. The battle was exceptionally brilliant, and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, 3 of them suddenly screamed, and blood spurted out from their eyes. These were the 3 hidden weapons that seemed to have been knocked away, but at this moment, they had actually appeared out of nowhere, and were mixed with scorching heat, directly piercing into their eye sockets. The 3 of them screamed miserably, and felt as if a piece of red-hot iron had drilled into their weak eye sockets, and was spinning and burning all the way to their brain. The 3 of them screamed miserably, and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. At this moment, they could no longer care about attacking Xiao Duo, and covered their eyes, and took out medicine from their spatial rings. Unfortunately, their struggle to survive was futile, and the 3 hidden weapons all exploded after spinning to a certain degree. However, the soft sound of the explosion was still playing in their heads, and it was soul-stirring, causing their expressions to change. The three of them only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they could only roll on the ground. The three of them had suffered from the explosion in their heads, and brain death was a foregone conclusion. This was a serious injury, and they were bound to die. However, the bodies of cultivators were strong, and they could still instinctively struggle, rolling and spasming on the ground. The other two were shocked, and they suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, their eyes full of shock. "Who is it? Who's here?" "It's me. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" So a Xiao Duo rushed out, and the dark red light in his hand suddenly flashed, and he had already inserted it into the dantian of one of the three dying people. He moved like the wind, and the three spatial rings were already in his hands. The dragon blood flying dagger stayed in the first person's dantian for a second, and then it was pulled out and inserted into the second person's dantian. It stayed for a second, and then it was inserted into the third person's dantian that he still had a breath left, and his qi had not dissipated, so he could not waste it. So a Xiao Duo was a stingy person, so how could he be willing to waste energy? Luck points, dragon blood dagger, spatial rings, and a large wallet, all of them could not be missing. During this period of time, he had used up a lot of his dragon blood flying dagger, and it was no longer full. Now that there was a good replenishment in front of him, how could he not use it? The remaining two people rushed forward angrily. "What a beast! What are you doing?" That kid was actually trampling on his brother's corpse. So a Xiao Duo immediately retreated, and said with a smile, "Aren't you still alive? Rather than wasting it, why don't you let me use it? This spatial ring was originally my spoils of war, so why can't I take it?" The two glared at him, and they rushed forward with all their might. Despicable! Shameless! As they spoke, they had already rushed to the side of the three corpses. Whoosh! However, a few hidden weapons flew up from the ground beside the corpses, and just as the two people were about to step past them, they drilled into the soles of their shoes at lightning speed. The scorching energy broke through the Yongquan acupoint with irresistible force, and it spun and rushed forward. Boom! Explosion! The two people's screams directly tore through the night sky. Chapter 555. So a Xiao Duo, who was on the opposite side, also pounced forward. Without another word, the sword light in his hand exploded and scattered. The sword light speckled and dazzled like stars. The flaming sun scripture was operated at full power. It was as if the sun was burning the sky, illuminating the surroundings. He looked like a small sun in a dark forest, dazzling and dazzling. The cat spirit sword attacked wildly. With two light snapping sounds, the long swords in the hands of the two people broke. Just as the sharp pain came from his feet, his body instinctively shook. Swishiao's dragon blood flying dagger flew out of his hand and accurately pierced into the chest of one person. The cat spirit sword in his other hand also shakily pierced into the right chest of the last person. The bright tip of the sword, which was at least 10 centimeters long, appeared behind the person's back. In a flash, it was pulled back. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. Swishiao's body flashed like lightning. He had already pulled out the dragon blood flying dagger and took off the space ring. He turned around and chopped off the person's head. His body turned, and the long sword pressed against the neck of the last person. The cold blade was pressed against the neck. He laughed and said, "I said that you will have a bloody calamity. Now, do you believe me? Why didn't you listen to my advice? Now, do you still have any doubts about my technique?" The sole of the last survivor's foot was blown up, and his right chest was pierced through by the burning energy of the cat's spirit sword. The injury was so serious that he almost died. His face was extremely distorted. It was unknown when the cloth covering his face fell off, revealing a ferocious face covered with whiskers. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. He looked at Sui Xiaoduo and said, "This is your technique. I've learned. Such a despicable and shameless method. Ha, the Hidden Dragon Martial School actually taught a student like you who has no bottom line." Sui Xiaoduo smiled and said, "I'm not good with words. I can't win in a war of words. I'm too lazy to reason with you. I only want to ask you, if I said that you will have a bloody calamity, do you believe me? Does this count as a bloody calamity?" The person glared at Sui Xiaoduo and said, "You've already won. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? You're just wasting your breath." Sui Xiaoduo frowned and said, "How is this a waste of my breath? We're obviously discussing the technique, which is a profound problem. Why are you so impatient? I'm giving you advice. Don't you know how to point out the right path? Do you understand? Just give me a quick death. Thank you." The man closed his eyes. He really didn't want to communicate with someone anymore. "Do you believe me? Say you believe me, I'll give you a quick death. Do you think I'll think, SSS, eyes is use, eyes, and eyes, SS. The shout was of the head chiness. What the fuck is this? I'm even being threatened to die. You have to think about it carefully. You've been captured alive by me, and you've even shown your face. What can't you do under torture? Even if you're a man made of iron, how many days can you last? Since you're destined to die in the end. Why do you have to go through that torture?" Sui Xiaoduo said with conviction, "Besides, am I wrong? You're indeed facing a bloody calamity. Now, 4 out of the 5 of you are dead. Isn't it a miracle? The truth is right in front of your eyes. Why don't you believe me?" The Xiaoduo closed his eyes and said weakly, "You win. You're like a god. I believe you. I believe you completely. Can you kill me quickly? Why are you so perfunctory?" Sui Xiaoduo was dissatisfied and said, "Please, can you be more sincere?" The Xiaoduo broke down and said, "Kill me now. Do you believe me?" "I believe you. Are you going to kill me or not?" Sui Xiaoduo did not talk nonsense this time. He picked up the dragon blood-flying dagger and stabbed it into his dantian. After a pause, he stabbed the dagger into his heart again. He took off the space ring and stood up. Looking at the 5 corpses, he could not help but sigh and murmur, "Amitabha, the Buddha is merciful. Sigh, the 5 of you died so miserably. Your corpses are incomplete, your spirits are gone, and your bodies are buried in the wilderness. Sigh, you'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. I've already said that you're facing a bloody calamity." He murmured to himself and left. As for cleaning up the corpses, cough, there was danger everywhere. Sui Xiaoduo felt that it was more important to escape. Corpses and bones. They were all worldly possessions. What was the value of them? Besides, Sui Xiaoduo had already said that they were buried in the wilderness. Of course, he had to do what he said. It was another way of saying that words were the law. About 4 or 5 minutes later, a series of shadows flashed and people came from several directions. Finally, more than a dozen people gathered here. Although the sky was dark, these people were all high-level cultivators and their eyesight was not affected. They died so miserably. They all died under the sword and the hidden weapon. The information is true. This guy's hidden weapon is really brilliant. It's really amazing. Chase. These people were obviously not in the same group. The dozen people were divided into at least 5 or 6 groups. They spread out in different directions and started a carpet search. Xiao Duo ran all the way. His left hand was always holding the dragon blood flying dagger. As he ran, he was constantly absorbing power to ensure that his strength was always at its peak. Xiao Duo, who had been releasing power at a high intensity, was also absorbing power at a very fast speed. Just like this, he's a nascent soul master. Xiao Duo was very dissatisfied. I killed a total of 5 people and the dragon blood flying dagger is still in a half-full state. It's still a fake. In the future, can the instructors be more conscientious and let everyone pay more attention to their own quality and not blindly improve their level? This makes my dragon blood flying dagger very disappointed. Xiao Duo, who was running forward, suddenly had 2 drops of luck points fall from the sky. Xiao Duo immediately felt a burst of comfort all over his body. The restlessness of his meridians and dantian also stabilized. Once again, he clearly felt that 1/3 of the luck points had entered the broken jade pendant and disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it's good to look at the overlord form like this. Logically speaking, the karma of a nascent soul cultivator should be at the level of 1 drop per person. Why did 5 people only give 2 drops? This stinginess is incurable. Although he had gained a lot, Xiao Duo was still a little dissatisfied. But when he thought of the 5 space rings he had just robbed, he felt a little better in his heart. Finally, he had gained something, but he didn't know how much he would gain in the end. Desperados like these usually carried all their belongings with them. I'm really looking forward to it. I like desperados like this. Why don't there be a few more killers like this? Even if there were 8 or 10 of them, it wouldn't be too much. Xiao Duo thought to himself happily. It was unknown whether his wish came true or the heavens followed his wishes. Xiao Duo's body flew past the edge of the forest like lightning and suddenly stopped. A shining sword light had already rushed past in front of him. If Xiao Duo hadn't stopped, this sword light would have passed through his chest and abdomen. Even if Xiao Duo didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This person's idea was very clever. He chose a target who was running at a high speed and locked the situation with a sword to severely injure the opponent. Then, he would cut off the opponent's head. Before the momentum stopped, he would have already carried the head thousands of miles away. It was a wishful thinking that was well thought out, and the design was exquisite. However, this plan fell through. Xiao Duo didn't even think. He directly treated the dragon blood flying dagger as a real flying dagger and threw it out with a whoosh. This attack was fused with Tang Qianshou's flying dagger intent. Its speed was so fast that it directly surpassed the speed of light. With a light pop, it had already passed through the person's thigh. That person's attack failed. He had no idea how Xiao Duo had discovered him. His body involuntarily rushed 3 meters away. The moment he tried to turn around, he felt a pain in his right leg. His body instinctively fell down, trying to stabilize his body with a spin. However, with a bang, his entire right leg fell down from the place where the flying dagger had passed through like a piece of rotten wood. That person was greatly shocked. He didn't know what had happened. At this moment, Xiao Duo's cat spirit sword had already pierced his heart. His body moved and then returned. He quickly withdrew the dragon blood flying dagger and stabbed it into the person's dantian. This time I don't have the time to look at your fortune. What a waste. Xiao Duo's dragon blood flying dagger stopped for a second. He pulled it out and didn't forget to take off his ring. He kicked the corpse into the dense forest. At this moment, a person was rushing out. He saw a corpse coming towards him. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. That person instinctively pushed the corpse away. But at this moment, he only felt his right hand that was holding the sword go numb. His right shoulder was cold. He felt a hidden weapon pass through his right shoulder. That person was immediately shocked. What kind of hidden weapon was it? How could it pass through the protective aura of my initial stage cloud transformation cultivation? Just as he was about to circulate his aura to heal his injury, he felt that his entire right hand, up to his right shoulder, was completely numb. His heart was broken. In front of him was the sound of the wind and the drizzle. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. But in reality, the sword was flashing and killing intent was dense. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. He tried to circulate his aura, but found that he couldn't circulate his aura. He could only watch helplessly as the killing sword approached his head. A look of despair appeared on his face. She was like a fairy, like a dream, like a real disaster. A long sword pierced through his chest. That man only felt a hand caressing his numb right hand. His tall and sturdy body swayed and fell to the ground. His heart was filled with grief, but he was still infatuated with her. How did I die? Why? Why didn't I know? A figure flashed. Sua Xiao Duo picked up the dragon blood flying dagger and pulled down the person's mask. The person was panting violently. His eyes were empty as he looked up. Your fortune is not good. You will face a life and death calamity. Can you believe it? Sua Xiaoduo's gaze was warm. It was mixed with sympathy. It was as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. This person felt his life force quickly leaving him. He smiled bitterly at this time. Can I still not believe it? Chapter 556. As long as you believe me. Sua Xiaoduo flipped his hand and raised the dragon blood flying dagger. Wait. A minute. The man struggled and said, What? Did you used to hurt me? Sua Xiaoduo did not stop. The dragon blood flying dagger pierced into the man's dantian. He said lightly, Is there any meaning? The man laughed bitterly and murmured, Yes. Indeed. There is no meaning. His body twitched, his eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. He actually died with his eyes wide open. Sua Xiaoduo quickly got up and used the 1,000 miles bright moon movement technique again. Accompanied by the gentle moonlight, he quietly went 300 feet away. As for the identity, name, and origin of the person he killed, Sua Xiaoduo was not interested at all. Since they were enemies, why did they have to report their names? When I die, I'm a corpse. When you die, you're still a corpse. All living things are equal. That's all. There was no unwillingness or unwillingness. It was just a life and death struggle. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the dense black forest behind him. He looked up at the sky, at the endless meteor shower that seemed to have no end. A sense of pride rose in his heart. He muttered to himself, Ever since I came to this world, I've never thought of going back alive. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. I've already received 7 space rings. With such a large amount of benefits, Sua Xiaoduo was naturally happy. But in the end, although this person helped him to read his fortune, he did not have any luck points. He had already encountered it. If he continued, it would be too late. What luck points could there be? Sua Xiaoduo was very disappointed. How good would it be if there were such luck points? But his heart was also a little heavy. The previous 5 nascent soul cultivators were still fine. Even if it was a head-on battle, Sua Xiaoduo was not afraid. He did not even need to use his trump card. However, the 2 people behind him were already at the cloud transformation realm. They didn't care about their status and took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If he didn't have Xiao Long's warning and was prepared, he might not have been a match for them. He had predicted the enemy's movements and seized the opportunity to attack. He had made full use of the special characteristics of the dragon blood-flying dagger to achieve a one-hit kill. In reality, it was mostly due to luck. If the other party was prepared and faced him head-on, with his current level of hidden weapons, the damage he could inflict on the other party would be negligible. No matter how exquisite his swordsmanship was, it would be difficult for him to break through the other party's defense. When that time came, he would probably have to use his trump card. However, in this pitch-black night, once he used his trump card, who knew how many people would see it? Did anyone see it? As long as one person saw it, it could be exposed to the world. Now that the war is dangerous, I can't care so much anymore. I'll take one step at a time. If I can avoid being exposed, then I won't. If there's no other way, then I'll prioritize my own life. Sui Xiao Duo felt that he had already advanced to the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. His heart was filled with bitterness. During this period of time, the dragon blood-flying dagger has been too full. I've been sucking too much. In the end, it's time to compress it again. Sigh, this timing is really... Sui Xiao Duo had concerns in his heart. He was focused on sprinting madly, continuously using the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique to move forward. Looking from afar, another 200 miles would be the Starry Mountains. Within this mountain range, there was a star beast forest. There were countless high-level star beasts in it. At least for practitioners who were below the cloud transformation realm, it was a dangerous place. However, for the current Sui Xiao Duo, the position under his feet was even more dangerous. This was because the enemy had already arrived in waves. The bounty that the Netherworld Palace had placed on him was really too generous. Sui Xiao Duo estimated that if he delayed for a month, perhaps half of the assassins in the mainland would rush over. Such a level of danger was beyond imagination. Rather than staying in the open land, it would be better to enter the Starry Mountains and sneak into the Star Beast Forest to look for opportunities. Countless attacking enemies brushed past Sui Xiao Duo, who was sprinting away. Wherever Sui Xiao Duo passed by, there were countless figures chasing after him. Later, it gradually evolved into a situation where there were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. If this continued, Sui Xiao Duo might not have the chance to enter the Starry Mountains region. Sui Xiao Duo was forced into a corner. He suddenly let out a long howl, which shook the whole world. Sui Xiao Duo exploded his true core strength to the limit, activating the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique to its maximum speed. Just as he was about to collide with the people in front of him, a mysterious light suddenly flickered on his body. A pure energy shook the void. It was the Tianyuan escape method, which was brazenly activated. In an instant, Sui Xiao's movement speed, with the help of the 1,000 miles bright moon's moonlight, increased by 10 times. His entire person turned into a ray of light in the air, flashing and disappearing hundreds of miles away. Yes, his entire person had disappeared. The people chasing behind him looked at each other in dismay, disbelief written all over their faces. Everyone's shock was indescribable. What kind of movement technique is that? How can it be so fast? Grandma Shi, who had been secretly following Sui Xiao Duo, saw that he was about to be heavily surrounded. Just as she was about to help him, she saw a flash of light. Sui Xiao Duo had disappeared directly, even escaping from her soul lock. Seeing such a change, he couldn't help but jump in fright. What's going on? There can be enemies everywhere. But this Star Beast Forest is an exception. It's a pure land without enemies. Although he was being chased by countless enemies, Sui Xiao's heart was still clear. He was never a brainless person who acted blindly. Ever since he found out about the Netherworld King Palace's reward, he knew that things were going in an uncontrollable direction. He, Li Chenglong, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the rest had thought of many things. The enemies that they were worried about and preset were only a few clans. Basically, they were all within their control. But everyone had neglected the Netherworld King Palace. Regarding this, Li Chenglong's analysis was, if the reward was taken away from the Netherworld King Palace, it would be too easy to expose the person behind it. Although the underground world had its own rules, there were too many top experts in this world. If they really wanted to find trouble with the Netherworld King Palace, the Netherworld King Palace wouldn't be able to hold on. And the most direct result of not being able to hold on was to hand over the entire Netherworld King Palace. In this way, all the transaction information inside would be exposed. Even if there were precautions, if the commotion was too small, not many people would come. But if the commotion was too big, it would definitely cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. These few clans couldn't be so stupid. But what everyone thought was that they couldn't be so stupid had become a reality. Sui Xiaoduo couldn't figure this out no matter how hard he tried. The Hidden Dragon Realm was a cradle of talents. To seize the benefits in this area, it was indeed a huge benefit that those few clans couldn't let go of. But this was only from the perspective of one or two clans. Compared to the entire world, it was still a small matter. And now, the situation had reached such a stage that it was difficult to resolve. Such a huge commotion could be said to have alarmed all three continents. What's more, just based on the few items on the bounty list, how many clans would be able to take them out? It was almost as if it was on the verge of popping out. Were the brains of these few clans all pigs? In order to kill me, you used nuclear weapons? And it was a super nuclear weapon. The power of the nuclear weapons they used was enough to destroy the entire Hidden Dragon Realm. Then, what exactly were they after? These words were true and not false at all. Now, because of the impact of this unforeseen event, the forces that had already come had really spread across the three continents. Even if the Hidden Dragon Realm High School put in all the strength of the entire school to protect Sui Xiaoduo at all costs, they still wouldn't be able to protect him. For the time being, only the assassins who lived nearby and received the news the fastest had made their move. The real experts were far from here. Those who dared to come from afar would definitely have a high cultivation. Even if they were fugitives, they weren't brainless and ignorant. Everyone knew what kind of chaos such a huge bounty would cause. If they were slightly weaker, even if they obtained Sui Xiaoduo's head, they wouldn't be able to hold on until the day of receiving the bounty. Therefore, those who could come and dared to come were definitely the experts among the experts. They were the kind of people who had something to rely on. In this world, no matter whether it was the righteous or the righteous, how many experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation were truly stupid? It was conceivable that after tomorrow and the day after, a large number of God-reigning and mystical realm cultivators would gather in this area. Or even the higher Skysoar realm. Motherfucker. Sui Xiaoduo cursed as he ran for his life. Like a meteor catching up with the moon, he rushed into the Starlight Mountain range. This definitely isn't something those clans would do. Sui Xiaoduo muttered to himself, it seems like I'm being used as bait. Could it be that Uncle Nan is the one who set this up? Such a big move. It's as if he's using this opportunity to sweep away all the demons and monsters in the world. But if it's like this, I'm going to die. I'm the one who's going to bear the brunt. I, Sui Xiaoduo, am small and have narrow shoulders. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility, Uncle Nan? Even though he understood, Sui Xiaoduo still complained and felt indignant. With his current cultivation, after reaching the second layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, he could exchange a few blows with an ordinary cloud transformation realm cultivator. However, if he were to go against a cloud transformation realm genius who had compressed more than a few times, he wouldn't be able to win. It was inevitable that he would be forced to use his final trump card. However, if he really encountered such an opponent, even if he used his trump card, he still might not be able to survive. Why don't I find a secret place and compress the peak of the embryonic breathing realm's vital essence once? If I were to break through to the primordial elixir realm during the battle, it would be really fucked up. At this time, Xiaolong had already set out in advance to scout ahead. Not far ahead, there were two huge mountains next to each other. There was only a gap between them, which was a narrow road that was about 30 to 40 feet wide. After entering from here, it was the Starlight Mountain Range. Chapter 557. This was the only way to enter this place. If they were to cross from both sides, they would have to climb a few thousand meters to cross the mountain ridge in front of them. At this moment, a few black shadows appeared one after another like ghosts and occupied the mountain pass. The few of them stood at the entrance of the canyon. Cold light flashed in their hands and they were filled with murderous intent. They looked like they could hold back 10,000 men by themselves. Looking at Zhuo Duo, who was falling from the sky like a meteor, one of the people in the front smiled viciously. It's this guy. There's no need to ambush him. Let's attack him together. What are you talking about? This is luck. We were just planning to rest in a place that no one would expect. Now, a pie has fallen from the sky. Brothers, let's get to work. Let's take care of this guy quickly and claim the reward. We won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. 3 of the 10 people on the opposite side remained on the ground, while the other 3 went to a position more than 40 feet above the canyon. On the 2 sides of the canyon, the 4 people who were 1,000 meters above the ground suddenly attacked and rushed towards Zhuo Duo. The sword light was like a monstrous white wave, rushing up like an avalanche. Zhuo Duo used the Heaven Origin escape technique and increased his speed by 10 times on top of his original speed. With such godly speed, he managed to leave his pursuers far behind and managed to buy himself some time to catch up with them. Just as he was about to rush into the mountain pass, the 10 people were blocking his way. Moreover, they were intercepting him from 3 sides. There's no time to read my fortune. Zhuo Duo felt regretful. What a pity. Xiaolong had already informed Zhuo Duo of the 10 people's ambush in front of him. The situation was still under control. You want to ambush me? And catch me off guard? Dream on. Hey! Zhuo's body was like a meteor as he quickly flew over and shouted, the 10 people on the other side. I think you're all going to die. Do you think I'm right? On the other side, the 10 people who were ready to attack were stunned. Is this a fortune-telling for us? The intelligence report did mention that this kid had the ability to read people's faces. It was said that he was very accomplished and rarely made mistakes. But at this time, you're saying that we're in for a bloodbath? We're still so far away, can you really see what we look like? Kill! The leader shouted. His long sword soared into the air, transforming into a huge silver dragon that soared into the sky. At the same time, the 4 people at the top of the sky had also fallen to a considerable height and were heading towards Zhuo Duo. The 3 people in the middle also turned into flowing lights, full of murderous intent. Collision. A meteor rapidly approached, and another 10 meteors met it head-on. The 2 sides were about to collide, and it looked like a fiery scene of Mars colliding with Earth. Zhuo Duo wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, but the 10 people on the opposite side also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Wealth was the most tempting thing in people's hearts. Everyone understood the principle of long delays and dreams. The 10 of them had already thought about how to retreat after killing Zhuo Duo. There must be countless people who were tempted by Zhuo Duo. The only reason they had such an opportunity now was because of their luck. After they succeeded, how to retreat unscathed and how to obtain the reward would be the key. What was this Shao in the embryonic breathing realm worth? But at the moment when the two sides were about to collide, the leader of the group suddenly realized that the sharp sword in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand had suddenly disappeared. In its place were two hammers that looked bigger than a water tank. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Everyone, be careful." It was a pity that in the air in front of them, there was suddenly a strange, woof sound. It was as if the thunder from the 9 heavens had been triggered by the sudden appearance of the two big hammers. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling sounded from the depths of the universe. It was as if 100,000 ghosts had rushed out of the gates of hell and descended upon the human world. In an instant, the sky changed, and all that could be seen was the aura of hell. "Come on! Ha 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 ha!" Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed loudly. The two hammers moved and turned into a gale, whirlwind, hurricane that covered the sky and earth. In order to end the battle quickly, he used the hammer technique that he had obtained from his godfather. It was not a hammer, nor was it a hammer. Instead, he used the hammer technique that his godfather had left behind. It was the most powerful, murderous, and required the user to have the highest strength. It was the only hammer technique that had a name. The Hammer of 1,000 Spirits. This was also the first time that Zhuo Xiaoduo had used the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits in a battle. Moreover, he had used the hammer technique at the beginning of the battle. Therefore, even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself was greatly shocked by the power he displayed at this moment. Once the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits was used, Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked to find that he had completely lost control of the big hammers. The two big hammers seemed to have turned into living dragons. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, smashing through the sky, the earth, the space, the underworld, and the 18 layers of hell. The mournful cries of ghosts resounded endlessly, coming one after another. There was a crisp cracking sound in the air. Suddenly, a black gate that looked like the gate of hell appeared and opened. The mournful cries of thousands of ghosts were not illusory, but real. The invincible the Flood Witch, who had become famous and dominated the world with the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits, was used by Zhuo Xiaoduo in an unprecedentedly crazy manner without holding back. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer only had a total of 18 moves, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, executed all 18 moves in an instant, pushing himself to the limit. At this moment, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the universe lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The 10 people felt as if the sky in this area had collapsed at the same time. Gusts of wind, whirlwinds, and hurricanes blew towards them with a soul-shattering momentum. They felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into hell. No, it was no different from falling into hell right now. Even their souls were frozen at this moment. The coldness was bone-chilling, and they shuddered. The leader of the Cloud Transformation Peak stage cultivators roared in horror, "Not good, run." It was a pity that everyone was maintaining their charging posture at high speed. In order to end the battle quickly, everyone had used all their strength. Now was the time when their speed was at its highest. How could they dodge? They could only meet force with force. Boom! Ka-cha-cha! The 10 weapons shattered at the same time. The big hammers that carried the aura of hell turned into endless wind and thunder, exploding in the middle of the 10 people. A series of miserable cries sounded at the same time. The 10 people spat out blood at almost the same time. Then. There was no more then. The 10 people had all turned into dust. Even the people, the weapons, the spatial rings, everything had all turned into dust. The kind that, if thrown on the ground, one would not be able to find anything even if they were observed carefully. Only a little bit of red was left on the ground. There was a scarlet fog in the air, which was the last trace of this battle. The 10 people had disappeared into thin air just like that. Fuck, what a pity. What a waste. Swa Xiao Duo shuddered with heartache. Those were 10 spatial rings. All of them were smashed into smithereens by the hammer. The ultimate move just now was aimed to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. It was full of killing intent and was not entirely controlled by the user. After the battle, there was only one word left: pity. Swa Xiao Duo did not even have the interest to take a look. Under such extreme power, there was absolutely nothing that could be left intact just now. A whirlwind directly swept into the valley, bringing with it a sky full of gloomy clouds and miserable fog. In the whirlwind, Swa Xiao Duo was still spinning and swinging the hammer. Under such extreme power, there was no way he could stop for a while. Swa Xiao Duo spun for a full 7,000 meters before the momentum gradually subsided. Only then did he stop his hammer. Still feeling dizzy, he looked around and realized that it was dark in front of him. It was another ironwood forest, and its scale was much bigger than the one he had encountered before. At this moment, Xiaolong's warning rang in his ears. Swa Xiao Duo did not hesitate and rushed in. With a muffled cracking sound, an ironwood forest that was as tall as his waist was cut in half by Swa Xiaoduo's sword. Then, using his true inner force, he grabbed and twisted, and a large ball of tree sap was squeezed out. He casually threw it into the air, and the Flaming Sun Sutra was immediately withdrawn. That large ball of tree sap was immediately roasted into a hazy mist by the Flaming Sun Sutra. Swa Xiaoduo's body was like a spinning top as he spun rapidly into the mist. His entire body spun continuously in the mist, and his hair and clothes were covered with the scent of tree sap, perfectly concealing his aura. Then, he continued to fly in the air without stopping, and continued to go deeper into the dense forest. When Swa Xiao Duo rushed in, he used one of the 3 great movement techniques that Swa Chonglu had taught him, long flying catkins. This was the second of the 3 great movement techniques, and it was also the most gentle and nimble movement technique. Even in such a dense forest, rushing for thousands of meters, not even a leaf or a drop of dew was disturbed. It was really like a catkin. Under the strong wind, it rolled wildly, and did not affect the surroundings at all. It was as if it was not there at all. How's the front? It's fine. As long as you maintain this movement technique, there won't be any problems, Xiaolong said. Swa Xiao Duo really did not dare to stop at this time. He maintained the long flying catkin state and rushed into the dense forest for 300 miles in one go. Boss, it's done. If you go any further, you'll enter the territory of a king-level astral souls beast. Xiaolong said, that's a 9-headed centipede. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat it. Okay. Under Xiaolong's guidance, Swa Xiao Duo came to the side of a rotten tree. With a shovel, he dug out a large piece of land. 3 meters of earth was dug out in an instant. Swa Xiao Duo did not dig any further. Instead, he jumped into the hole and burrowed into the ground. The Flaming Sun Sutra burst out densely, concentrating its power straight down. In an instant, more than 10 meters of earth was incinerated. Chapter 558. Swa Xiao Duo maintained his original position and continued to drill downwards. He even waved his hand and returned the large piece of land that he had dug out to its original position. In this way, as Swa Xiao Duo continued to sink, the soil that he had just dug out from the ground filled the space and firmly supported the piece of land that no longer had any solid support. At least from the outside, there was nothing unusual. In the next 2 seconds, Swa Xiao Duo dug out more than 10 cubic meters of soil from below and filled it up. This went back and forth, maintaining an independent space of about 3 to 4 cubic meters below. However, after 2 minutes, Swa Xiaoduo's actual position was already 300 meters below the ground. After digging down another 50 meters, Duo turned to digging horizontally. The soil became more and more fluffy, squeezing the space until there was almost no space left. In the end, it was even buried up to Duo's legs. Finally, at a position where he had dug to a crevice in the ground, Duo dug out a small hole between two rocks and stuffed the annihilating space pagoda into it. Then, Duo's body swayed and entered the space of the annihilating space pagoda. However, he sent out a lump of soil from the annihilating space pagoda, completely sealing the remaining space outside. This was what it meant to be stealthy and unpredictable. After confirming that there were no more loopholes, Duo, who was in the annihilating space pagoda, lay down on the ground and stopped moving. He could only gasp for breath. It was too dangerous outside. Then, he would do the first compression of breaking through from the embryonic breathing realm to the primordial elixir realm. As for the people looking for him, let them look for him outside. After 2 hours, Duo's vital chi had recovered greatly. He immediately laid out a top-grade astral soul's jade bed and laid down on it. Then, he held a pile of them in his left hand and the dragon blood flying dagger in his right hand and began to practice. His dantian had not been completely emptied after the continuous extreme output. There was not much left. Ever since he had been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm, Duo had not felt the exhaustion of his vital essence and the feeling of being unable to continue. Without any distractions, he absorbed the astral soul's jade spiritual vitality without restraint, as well as the benefits from the dragon blood flying dagger. After half an hour, his dantian was once again filled to the brim. Duo activated the ice heart technique and began the first compression of the embryonic breathing realm. This had to be done step by step. He couldn't be too hasty. If he was too hasty, he might end up regretting it for the rest of his life. Duo had always cherished his life, so he took his time and proceeded step by step. However, fuck, it hurts. Duo had just started to compress and take a breath when he felt the pain. The pain was much more painful than the thorny road. With great effort, Duo managed to control the compression to 1/3 of his vital essence. He felt as if he had been hovering between life and death for 70 to 80 times. The so-called excruciating pain was originally just a metaphor. However, at this moment, it was real. Moreover, it had been continuous for 70 to 80 times. However, Duo recalled that when he was at home, Xiaonian was at this stage. Xiaonian had endured 40 to 50 vital essence compressions. At that time, Xiaonian only frowned and had sweat on her face. She didn't even cry out. She was enduring the pain the whole time, not to mention taking medicine. Duo's unwillingness to admit defeat arose again. If a woman can endure 40 to 50 times, why can't I? Then, am I still a man? He endured the boundless pain and tried his best to compress. He didn't even want to use his luck points to help alleviate the pain. He grimaced in pain and sweated profusely. It had become normal. When he had suppressed 2/3 of his vital essence, he had been hovering between life and death countless times. It felt as if there were thousands of thin knives in his bone marrow gouging, cutting him into pieces. Fuck, this is the best I can do, and it's more than once. It's so fucking painful. Duo gritted his teeth and glared. I can do it. I'm a man. How can a man say he can't do it? After another 2 hours, the vital essence that was originally full was compressed to 1/3 of the bottom of his dantian. At this time, Duo was in so much pain that his whole body was weak. He just lay there and opened his mouth to breathe like a salted fish. After a long time, Duo, who had finally recovered, dared to start again. If he had forced himself to continue just now, even if he didn't die from the pain, he would have died from exhaustion. Compressing the vital essence consumed a certain amount of his vitality and physical strength. Don't suffer the hardest. It's hard to be above others. If you don't suffer, you won't become a Buddha. If you can suffer the hardest, you'll be a handsome man. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered non-stop about the chicken soup for the soul that his father, Zhuo Changlu, had been feeding him all these years. He made up his mind and started again. Finally, he could no longer compress it. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and created a big hammer in his dantian with ease. He gritted his teeth and glared so hard that his eyes almost turned into copper bells. Poof! The hammer smashed down. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and screamed, "Mommy, Mommy, come and save me." Poof! Another hammer smashed down. Poof! Another hammer. Xiaolong coiled up on the heart of the scorching sun and watched as Zhuo seemed to be torturing himself. He howled at the sky from time to time, looking like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh so hard that his body twitched. Boss was really too funny. On the ground, at the mountain pass, a figure descended from the sky like a rainbow. Frowning, he asked, "Are you sure you rushed in?" "Yes." When many people chase after him, they track him with their auras and souls. The target has indeed disappeared in this forest of star beasts, and he rushed in by himself. Oh. This person stood on the mountain peak and thought silently. The Starlight Mountains and the Star Beast Forest were the most dangerous places around Fenghai City. Capturing Zhuo Xiaoduo was important, but the Star Beasts here were also very powerful. Once the Star Beasts reached the level of God reigning, they would have considerable intelligence and could communicate with humans. Such star beasts were often more difficult to deal with than God-reigning experts of the same level. Be careful. If you encounter a difficult beast, retreat immediately. Survival is the most important thing. Don't take risks. Try to let others take the lead. When the snipe and the clam fight, it's in our interest to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yes. Hey, the smell of blood is strong here. Did someone just fight? Check it out. A few people searched carefully and said, "It seems that there was a fight. There are some small pieces of blood and some broken pieces of weapons. But I can't see anything else." It seems that a heavy weapon was used. But I can't see what it is. Could it be that the people protecting Zhuo Xiaoduo made a move? Let's check it out more carefully. After a long time. Indeed, there is no other clue. Then forget it. Let's not worry about it first. There are more and more people coming. Let's hide first. Countless people rushed over from all directions and landed at the entrance of the mountain. Although they didn't know where Zhuo Xiaoduo had gone to and where he was, there were too many high-level cultivators gathered here. Each of them cultivated in all kinds of strange and mysterious ways. The most important thing was that everyone had used too many methods to confirm that the valuable kid had rushed in from here. Since so many people had confirmed it, the others who came later had no room to doubt it. It was impossible for so many people to work together to set up a scam. Everyone's target was that valuable head. The premise of setting up a scam was to fool themselves. At this time, it was impossible to make such a joke. It was even more impossible for so many people to work together to set up a scam. Because of this, some impatient people went into the dense forest to search for the target. After a while, many powerful and bold lone travelers went in one after another. However, the number of people gathering outside didn't decrease. Instead, more and more people gathered. Even the surrounding mountains were getting more and more people. When the sky just started to turn white, there were only a few hundred people gathered here. But in the afternoon, the number of people had exceeded 3,000. In the sky, there were still surging auras. Obviously, there were more and more powerful cultivators coming from afar. At this time, in a small shao, 6 senior teachers of Hidden Dragon High School were hiding here, carefully observing the situation outside. Zhang Xiaofei's face was extremely serious. Damn it. This is really bad. Zhang Xiaofei grimaced in pain. In this night, the 6 of them had killed more than 400 people. It was a real massacre. However, with such a small number of people, even if it wasn't completely useless in the grand scheme of things, it would still have very little effect. There are more and more powerful cultivators. If we continue to act, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by some people. Another teacher's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow those people outside. What are the cultivators of astral souls here thinking? With their skills, they didn't go to the Sun-Moon Pass to kill the enemy. Instead, they came to the mainland to kill the geniuses of our astral souls. The teacher gritted his teeth. Damn it. Their intentions are terrible. Zhang Xiaofei rolled his eyes. Don't be angry. This kind of thing is too normal. It's just a village. How many scumbags are there? You still expect all the cultivators of the mainland to be hot-blooded men? Then I can only tell you that you're wrong. Very wrong. You should be satisfied if you can outnumber these bad guys. This is the Jianghu. The Jianghu is black and white. So far, there are 4 Imperial God cultivators here. There are more than 30 Cloud Transformation cultivators. Nascent Soul cultivators. Damn it, there are more than 1,000 of them. Chapter 559. Zhang Xiaofei muttered angrily, I know a few of them. Didn't they say that they had retired from the martial world and wanted to live a peaceful life? Damn it. When I asked them to come out and do something, they all made excuses. They said that they were old and had retired from the martial arts world to enjoy the rest of their lives. Now, they are all jumping out again. It seems that the benefits given are not enough. Fuck them. But the power gathered here is not something we can deal with. Another teacher smiled bitterly. If we rush out, we may be able to kill some of them, but the final result will be that we will be surrounded and killed. Sua Xiaoduo has not shown up, and he is not in danger. Why should we go out? To commit suicide. Zhang Xiaofei said disapprovingly, what we need to do now is to wait for an opportunity. If that little bastard comes out, or if he is in danger, we must save him even if we have to risk our lives. Of course. More and more people came from all directions. Most of them just took a look and flew into the Starry Mountain Range. The current situation, and Sua Xiaoduo's last move, had been spread all over the Underground World Forum. The latecomers did not waste time and went into the depths of the forest to search. Everyone depended on their own luck. The Starry Mountain Range, which usually only had a few people in a year, was like a busy market at this moment. People came and went, and heads were moving. At this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was like a giant piece of flypaper, attracting all the flies to land here. Once they landed, they wouldn't leave. The wind and clouds were surging in the sky. A figure fell from the sky. The person had a red face and a tall and sturdy body. Although his hair was white, he was still in high spirits and had an extraordinary temperament. The person had just landed, and the aura he emitted had already made the few people who were still on the mountain change their expressions and dodge. The Dragon of the Sea, Tian Wujiang. Zhang Xiaofei's expression changed, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. The other people's expressions also changed greatly. The sea-flipping dragon, Tian Wujiang, was a famous lone traveler for many years. This man's way of doing things was between good and evil. He came and went as he pleased, and one of the reasons why Zhang Xiaofei and the others understood him better was because this man had once fought with Xiang Quangren and was not at a disadvantage. In other words, this person was a genuine profound returning realm cultivator. Everyone, this old man has been stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of years. This time, he was here specifically for the astral soul's cake. Please give this old man some face. If I can get Swishadwa's head, I will hold a special auction for the other things. I won't dare to monopolize them. If your luck is even better and you come out on top, I hope you can part with the star cake and give it to me. Tian Wujiang's voice was very loud, spreading out in all directions, reaching far and wide. Everyone heard it. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Tian Wujiang smiled and said, "Since no one objected, it means that you agree. This old man thanks you in advance." Before he finished speaking, a gloomy and ethereal voice said, "Tian Wujiang, who doesn't want good things? The moment you came, you put on such a half-dead appearance. What are you trying to do? To gain sympathy. Whoever gets it has to give it to you. Why? Why don't you part with your head to me? I will engrave it in my heart and forever be grateful." Tian Wujiang frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" That gloomy voice said, "You can't even recognize my voice. It seems that you are really old and muddle-headed." Tian Wujiang snorted and said, "Hanged ghost, you think this old man is afraid of you?" That gloomy voice said, "Tian Wujiang, be more polite with your words." Another gloomy ghostly voice rang out, "Boss, this Tian Wujiang is getting more and more annoying as he gets older. He doesn't know what to say. Wouldn't that make him an enemy of our Yellow Springs? Should we pull him down and let him accompany those ghosts?" That gloomy voice said, "We, the 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs, are not afraid of this old man. If he dares to make trouble again, we will kill him." Another voice chuckled. "Tian Wujiang, your grandpa drowned ghost is here too." Everyone's expression changed again. The 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs. Hanged ghost, drowned ghost, and starved ghost. These 3 ghosts were famous for their fierceness. Who would have thought that all of them would come this time? Tian Wujiang's expression turned ugly and he said, "The so-called part is that this old man wants to buy it at market price. How can I ask for it for free? You 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs are underestimating this old man too much." Hanged Ghost said gloomily, "Instead of letting you use the cake of astral souls to break through and then find trouble with me, it is better to cut off your thoughts from the root. Tian Wujiang, you should give up on this evil thought. No matter who gets it in the end, that cake of astral souls will not be given to you." Tian Wujiang's expression turned ugly and he said slowly, "If that is the case, then everyone will use their own methods to see who will get this opportunity in the end." A feminine voice that one couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman slowly said, calm down, calm down. Right now, that little brat is still hiding somewhere. If you guys were to fight first, wouldn't it be an act? Let others take advantage of it for free." Enyang guessed. Tian Wujiang was startled and said, "Is Brother Jing here?" The surroundings were silent. The person who had spoken with the ambiguous tone did not pay attention to Tian Wujiang's question and did not speak again. No one knew where he was hiding. Everyone's heart was beating like a drum. Why did this old demon, Enyang guessed, also come? As early as 1,300 years ago, Enyang guessed was in the limelight. However, for some reason, he offended the sword demon of the 3 outer demons and was chased by the sword demon for a long time. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that this old man had been killed by the sword demon long ago. No one expected him to come here today. Seeing that the Devil King had arrived, Tian Wujiang's heart became more and more uneasy. With this old demon, Enyang guessed, here, this time, it was likely that Swishadwa's head would not be his. In a hidden corner, 6 people were hiding here. It was clear that the 6 of them were sitting in different directions. However, if anyone saw them, they could not help but think that they were 6 snakes coiled together. Everywhere was filled with a sinister and treacherous aura. "Boss, it seems that we might not be able to take part in this mission, right?" the person in green said in a low voice. When he spoke, his voice was like a snake hissing and flicking its tongue. It was indescribably strange, and it made people who heard it feel indescribably uncomfortable. "Let's wait first. In the path of fate, strength is not the only thing that matters." The person who was called boss was dressed in black. Even his face was shrouded in shadow. He was like a poisonous king snake hiding in the shadows, ready to devour anyone at any time. "Remember, our main goal is to confirm the news of Zhuxiaodua's death. It doesn't matter even if we didn't kill him. Everything else is insignificant." "Yes." In another direction, in a hidden corner as well. "The gathering of heroes is completely out of our expectations. Yes, with the current situation, it's not our turn to take part. It's really a pity. There are so many good things. I can't just watch as others take them away. I can't accept it. Boss, you were injured when we attacked that Lu last time. This caused your cultivation to be stuck all these years. Actually, we can work hard. If we get these things, we brothers will not have any bottlenecks in our cultivation for the next 2,000 years. You make it sound so easy. However, with so many enemies and so many strong people, you still want to get a share. Sigh, let's wait and see." "Yes. Actually, we shouldn't have come this time. Fortunately, that Lu guy is crippled. If he wasn't crippled, he might have recognized us. After all, our main opponent this time is the high-end strength of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. With the way the Hidden Dragon High Martial School has always done things, they won't give up on their students so easily." "Yes. Fortunately, that Lu guy is crippled. Other than him, it's hard for others to recognize us." In the sky, a white cloud was floating leisurely. There were telepathic conversations. "Let's wait and see for now. If Enchanting comes, we won't be able to take part. It's still a pity. I think Enchanting will definitely come. Yes, if Enchanting comes, we will retreat. After all, nothing is more important than our lives. Enchanting is no longer our opponent now. But he can still recognize us. We are the ones who injured his heart meridian a few decades ago. Once he recognizes us and spreads the news, there will be no place for us in this world. The military will not let us go." Sigh. "I hope that old bastard doesn't come. We can use this harvest to reach a higher level." Under the sunlight of dawn, a figure was like a distorted shadow. It twisted a few times under the sunlight and then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already above the dense forest. It twisted a little and then disappeared. A sharp-eyed person saw it and said uncertainly, "Is that person the Netherworld assassin?" "Yuko. He looks a little like him. If the Netherworld assassin also comes, it will be even more lively. That guy hasn't taken action for many years. He has always been known as the #1 assassin in the Central Plains." The #1 assassin in the Central Plains. How can it be his turn? But no one denies it. I hope not. Whether this guy is the #1 assassin in the Central Plains is not something we can comment on. But it's publicly acknowledged that he doesn't recognize his own family and kills whoever he meets. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. At this moment, Enchanting was like an ant on a hot pan. He anxiously paced back and forth in his office. "What do you mean?" Enchanting's face turned red. "Is Chief Nan crazy? He even said that the other party set up this trap to target the entire Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. He wants to completely destroy Hidden Dragon Martial Arts in this opportunity. How can I not see this? But Chief Nan said that Sui Xiao Duo is just a student. How can he compare to the great cause of hidden dragon martial arts? This sentence is puzzling. What does he mean by ordering us to stay put? Chapter 560. Enchanting paced back and forth anxiously. When he spoke, he wasn't polite to the southern chief, who he had always respected. If something really happens to Sui Xiao Duo, how could the southern chief not know how big of a loss it would be? There are some geniuses that are worth protecting at all costs. When Xingtian's face was gloomy as he said, perhaps the southern chief has his own considerations. We don't know the southern chief's considerations. Enchanting pondered. His expression became more and more determined as he said lightly, but I'm sure that Sui Xiao Duo can't die. No matter what, he can't die. This time, I'm afraid that Chief Nan is planning to use Xiao Duo as bait. But isn't the weight of this bait a little too heavy? When Xingtian said thoughtfully, the flaming sun scripture that Sui Xiao Duo cultivates originally belonged to the southern chief. It's impossible that the southern chief doesn't know the value of Sui Xiao Duo. There must be something we don't know. Enchanting was stunned. He also pondered for a while, but he still said firmly, even if the southern chief knows, this is not feasible. With Sui Xiao Duo's current strength, if he goes up against the experts on the other side, he will die prematurely. No matter what, Sui Xiao Duo cannot die. Even if the whole Hidden Dragon High Martial School is sacrificed, Sui Xiao Duo cannot die. Enchanting said fiercely, Sui Xiao Duo is a seedling that has the potential to grow up to the level of the Flood Witch in the future. Even if the Hidden Dragon High Martial School is lost, as long as Sui Xiao Duo can grow up smoothly, it will be worth it. Both of us will go. Bring a few more people and let old Xiang stay behind to look after the house. Enchanting decisively said, we will bring 10 of our old brothers over. In addition to the Shi clan's younger sister-in-law, Old Qing, Zhan Xiaofei, and the others who are hiding in the shadows, we have basically already transferred all of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School's high-end battle strength over. If this still doesn't work, then we might as well die together over there. We don't have to worry about anything, and we'll be able to save ourselves a lot of trouble. When Xingtian nodded slowly. All right. Then let's set off immediately. Enchanting could not wait any longer. However, he soon realized that before he could finish his sentence, Wen Xingtian had already disappeared from his sight. This brat is actually more anxious than me. It's hard for him to pretend to be so calm. I actually didn't see any flaws just now. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a group of more than 10 people quickly flew out of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Academy. When Xingtian had been suppressed for so long that he was about to explode. Now that he was finally out, he was in a great mood. Boss, why did you let the famous Xiang Quangren watch the house this time? When it comes to battle formations and killing, he is the real expert among us brothers. When Xingtian smiled. Aren't you afraid that letting him watch the house will cause trouble instead? With such a fiery temper, I wouldn't be surprised if he directly killed someone in the school. That was then, and this is now. Enchanting said indifferently. Previously, we needed to be patient and let them go. We wanted to catch the big fish in the long run. Of course, we needed to leave the experienced and prudent people to watch the house, so that old Xiang's temper won't ruin the whole plan. But this time, we are going out to face a life and death crisis. If we all die, then only old Xiang is left in Hidden Dragon High Martial Academy. The biggest possibility is that he will lose his mind in grief and anger, and will not care about anything else. He will take revenge and kill everyone. That will be even better. Since we are going to die, then there is no need to be patient anymore. That's why we need old Xiang to watch the house now. Enchanting said indifferently, another reason is. This time, we are going to help Swashao Duo. Maybe, as you said, the Southern Chief really has other plans. Then, we, who are coincidentally there, need to constantly assess the situation and determine the right time to act. We must act rashly to avoid ruining the Southern Chief's plan. And with old Xiang's fiery temper, if he can't stand it, he will act and ruin the whole plan. So, this time, old Xiang watching the house is the best arrangement. Yi Chongqing smiled meaningfully. So, no matter how you look at it, old Xiang must watch the house this time. Wen Xingtian laughed heartily. Otherwise, you would be the headmaster. None of us are headmasters. You have such penetrating insight, deep thoughts, and cunning wily old foxes. We can't compare to you. A bearded man behind him laughed and said, the most sinister person is the most suitable person to be an official. The hearts of officials are all dirty. Everyone was laughing so hard that they were rocking back and forth as they ran. In this battle, Yi Chongqing did not do any pre-battle mobilization. There was no need at all. For this group of old brothers who had come from the battlefield, life and death were just trivial matters. Compared to doing something meaningful, life and death were not worth mentioning. From a certain point of view, this group of people were the true desperados, that the Southern Chief, who was being grumbled endlessly by Yi Chongqing, was now frowning and pacing back and forth in his office. He was following in Headmaster Ye's footsteps. Well, no, he had been pacing for a long time. When Song's plan started, he was burning with anxiety. Every moment, he was suffering. He paced anxiously even earlier than Headmaster Yi, but he did not want others to know. No, I have to go and take a look. I'm worried about this. Minister Nan's super long and strong legs were moving back and forth like a windmill. After thinking about it, he really felt that he had to go and take charge to ensure that everything was safe. Chief. In the office, another person did not know whether to laugh or cry. This plan is to beat them at their own game. Everything is going perfectly, and everything is under control. But if you go now, you might alert the enemy. I shouldn't be the one to remind you of this. Minister Nan frowned, his face full of uneasiness. I'm still worried. There's a 1 in a million chance. But the current situation is that Master Yu doesn't want you to go. That person stopped him with a bitter face. He's afraid that you'll go, so he specifically called to give the order. His attitude is obvious. Minister Nan's heart was in a mess. He cursed, that bastard, how would he know? The other person's gaze was fixed. Since when did Minister Nan dare to curse the Heavenly King of the Right? If the Heavenly King knew about this, he was afraid that this beating from the chief would be very painful. Chief, didn't you specifically call to tell those people from Hidden Dragon High School not to make a move? Should they stay calm? Why are you? The deputy chief was very confused. You already told others to stay calm. Why are you the one who can't stay calm? What kind of logic is this? Could it be that you have a mouth to talk about others, but not yourself? Minister Nan's heart was in a mess. His brows were knitted together. What do you know? Minister Nan reached out and rubbed his face. You Dong Tian, what you Dong Tian, you better not go overboard this time. If you go overboard, you'll get me killed. If anything happens, I'll definitely drag you down with me. This guy thinks he's so great just because he's the Heavenly King of the Right. Isn't this just going overboard? And it's going overboard. The deputy chief didn't dare to say anything else. It was a sin to even hear such words. Sigh, how would you know that there's something fishy about this? Let me tell you, if this matter isn't handled well and there's a slip-up, Yu Dong Tian will probably lose his life. Minister Nan looked up and sighed. Then, he said in a sad voice, if Yu Dongtian dies alone, then so be it. But it'll implicate me. I'll also lose my life. It's not that bad, it's not that bad. The deputy chief felt that he had to say something to comfort him. From the looks of it, we beat them at their own game and lured the snake out of its hole. The entire plan was a success. How could it be a failure? He was puzzled. This Xiao's plan had failed. Even the heavenly king of the right could lose his life. Who was he trying to scare? Even a 3-year-old child knew that this was completely impossible. Sigh, what do you know? Minister Nan had said the same words, what do you know, 18 times today. His ears were getting calluses. Chief, what's done is done. The deputy chief reminded him weakly. What he meant was that now that the plan was set, there was no point for him to go over. I know. Minister Nan paced around like a trapped beast. He took out his phone and wanted to send a message. However, he glanced at the deputy chief and directly chased him out. You can leave now. The deputy chief was pushed out of the office with a dumbfounded expression. He watched as the office door was slammed shut. The deputy chief's nose was almost flattened. In the office, Minister Nan took out his phone and searched for a number that he had not seen in a long time. He wanted to call it, but after thinking about it, he did not. Instead, he sent a message. Now that the plan was already in progress, it should be. All right. Cough cough. Yu Dongtian used Sua Xiao Duo as bait to fish in Fenghai. This plan is huge and involves a lot of people. Heavenly King Yu was stubborn and I could not persuade him otherwise. However, Heavenly King Yu had promised that he would ensure the safety of Sua Xiao Duo. If there were any mistakes, he would bear all the responsibility. The editing was complete. Then, he thought about it carefully and felt that he could get out of this mess. As for Yu Dongtian, what does it have to do with me whether you die or not? He checked it carefully a few times. Then, he changed Sua Xiao Duo to Xiao Duo Yu to show his closeness. After he could not persuade him otherwise, he added many times. Thus, it became, Yu Dongtian used Xiao Duo as bait to fish in Fenghai. This plan is huge and involves a lot of people. Heavenly King Yu was stubborn and I could not persuade him otherwise. However, Heavenly King Yu had promised that he would ensure the safety of Xiao Duo Yu. If there were any mistakes, he would bear all the responsibility. After that, he read it carefully again and added, Xiao Duo Yu has improved a lot. He is very obedient. After reading it 3 times, he finally pressed the button to fire. He felt that there was phlegm in his throat that he could not cough out. However, after coughing twice, he did not feel better. His face was no longer red and was slightly pale. Ding dong. The message was replied instantly. However, there was only one word in reply, haha. Sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Minister Nan's face. He hurriedly grabbed his phone and replied, I tried to persuade him otherwise many times, but Yu Dongtian was stubborn. Fire. Ding dong. Another reply, your brother Zhua is sleeping. Don't send messages if there's nothing else. Begging for votes. That's all for today. Chapter 561. It's over. As soon as he saw this sentence, the face of the powerful chief of the southern region immediately turned yellow. His fingers turned into a blur as he typed, Sister-in-law, how are you? Don't worry, sister-in-law. Little Duo Yu is fine. I promise. Ding dong. She replied instantly, I told you not to send messages. Are you blind? Chief Nan looked at this message and didn't dare to move for a long time. He maintained the posture of holding his phone with his body bent over for a full minute. He felt his breathing become rapid, his temples were throbbing, and his eyes were unfocused. After a minute, he lost his balance and sat on the ground with a plop. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. The ground was wet in an instant. It looked as if Chief Nan had peed himself. Dead, dead, dead. I'm dead this time. Chief Nan muttered to himself. His eyes were glazed over. He had sent a message to inform his father, but his mother was notified instead. This kind of result made Southern Chief have the urge to die. He knew better than anyone that if this message had been sent to Swichonglu, there might have been some leeway. However, if it had been seen by Wu Yuding, it would be 1,000 times worse than if it had been sent to Swichonglu. In this world, there was nothing scarier than a mother's anger. It has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. Chief Nan looked at the ceiling speechlessly. You Dong Tian, you son of a bitch. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Heavenly King of the Right was still sitting with his legs crossed. He held his phone and sipped his tea from time to time. Looking at the report, his heart was filled with satisfaction. This operation was worth it. He didn't expect that Xiao Duo would go to Fenghai and catch so many big fish in such a short time. This kid's seniority is really high. He's in the same generation as me. Sigh, his luck is really incomparable. His reincarnation skills are really good. He's upside down. Others are working hard to make a living, but he's living for the rest of his life. Yu Dong Tian was sincerely envious of someone. At this moment, his phone rang. Yu Dong Tian glanced at it and was immediately alerted. It was a message from Department Head Nan. Let me tell you some good news. Good news. The Heavenly King of the Right was a little suspicious. What good news could you possibly have? Could it be that the big fish had been caught? So he sent a message over excitedly, what's the good news? Ding dong. Nan Fong immediately replied, Swa doesn't know about this yet. The Heavenly King of the Right smiled. It was good that he didn't know. Hence, he replied, well done. I've always known that you're reliable. I'm not worried. Ding dong. Mayor Nan replied instantly, but if sister-in-law finds out. At this moment, the Heavenly King of the Right was stunned. His first thought was, what sister-in-law? The second thought was, are you fucking Nanjing Qian trying to take advantage of me? His third thought was, his entire body felt cold. His fourth thought was, this Nan guy has harmed me. He actually reported it to Auntie instead of Uncle Zhua. These were two completely different things. He jumped up from the chair with a bang, almost without thinking. He immediately made a phone call. Really? Mayor Nan Fong's voice was a little gloomy. Really? Holy shit. The Heavenly King's heart skipped a beat. He said anxiously, the thing that we conspired together. How did you? He couldn't continue. 100,000 goat-like mythical beasts were galloping in his heart. Over the phone, Mayor Nan Fong's voice was very nervous. Don't slander me. Who conspired with you? I didn't know about this at all. Yu Dongtian's vision darkened for a moment. Suddenly, he had the urge to kill someone. You didn't know. How could you have the face to say such a thing? However, from this sentence, he really understood. This time, it was really over. You're good. The Heavenly King of the Right nodded fiercely. Nan, wait for me. Mayor Nan Fong, I'll wait for you to be dealt with. When he saw this sentence, his burly body suddenly swayed. A stab to the heart. Nan. You're really my good brother. You You're awesome. But now was not the time to be angry. What happened? Tell me clearly. On the other side, Mayor Nan Fong wanted to cry but had no tears. I don't know how boss's phone fell into the hands of sister-in-law. Could it be that we caught up with the investigation of his private money? How did boss's phone fall into the hands of sister-in-law? This sentence means you actually took the initiative. In other words, you took the initiative to sell me out. Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He said word by word, "What did you say?" Minister Nan was also very straightforward. Of course it's because you, Heavenly King of the Right, insisted on doing things your own way. I tried to persuade you many times. Yu Dongtian stood up as if his butt was on fire. He shouted, "Nanjing Qian, you're fucking doing it. You won't be satisfied if you don't kill me." Yu Dongtian had absolute confidence that Xiao Duo would definitely not die. But this matter, whether he reported it or not, was completely different. It had two meanings. If he said after the event that nothing happened and gave the little guy some benefits, it would be over easily. But, in the middle of the matter, when Xiao Duo was hovering between life and death, he suddenly told his mother that he used her son to set up a trap and baited a lot of old devils, that it would be a light punishment if he didn't get beaten to death. Even if they knew that it was necessary, even if they knew that it was a normal operation. Even if there were 10,000 shoulds, it would definitely not be comparable to the anger of a mother. Mayor Nan Fong's voice came from the phone. It can't be helped. You're tall, so you can handle it. I can't. We've been good brothers for so many years. The most important thing is to understand each other. You have to understand my difficulties. Yu Dongtian wanted to cry but had no tears. I understand your difficulties. Okay, I understand. But who the fuck understands my difficulties? You put the blame on me and you'll be fine. But what about me? You. Hello. Nanjing Qian, hello. Yu Dongtian was so angry that he couldn't speak. Minister Nan coughed. Heavenly King, all I can do is to inform you. Cough, we're all brothers. You don't have to be too grateful to me. You're on your own. Before he finished, he had already hung up the phone. On the other side, Heavenly King collapsed on the sofa. I've been betrayed. I've been completely betrayed by my own brother. What should I do? Now, taking revenge on Nanjing Qian was secondary. The most important thing was, how could he put the blame on someone else? He frowned and thought for a while. But he realized that there was no way. Fuck this fucker. Dongfang Jingyang. Ximen Lai. Beigong Hao. Wu Taijiang. These people were not qualified. How could these people command the Heavenly King of the Right? Was this a joke? His eyes were rolling. Where was his father now? Should he put the blame on his father? But it didn't seem safe. It was enough to put the blame on his father. But it would turn into a three-man fight. Or should he seek refuge from his father? But it didn't seem safe either. If he was found, he might drag his father down with him. Well, it was better to be beaten up by his father. Maybe his father would give him away. That was definitely possible. Maybe it would still be a three-man fight in the end. Well, how many years would it take for the couple to come back? Sigh. This is really normal. Why can't you understand me? Heavenly King was extremely distressed. From this moment on, there were two more uneasy people in the world. He checked his phone almost every few seconds. Was there any new news? Or did he not hear the notification from his phone? Why wasn't there any news? He was as nervous as a person waiting for a reply after sending a confession message to his crush. Could it be that he wasn't angry? He didn't even dare to think about it. The possibility was zero. Heavenly King of the Right was uneasy. He kept muttering. Back then, I was used as bait many times. Back then, when you used me as bait, you said more than once that you wanted to let the child grow up in the wind and rain. Actually, this is normal. Everyone understands, and has done it before. I'm doing this for the sake of the world, for the well-being of the people, and for the safety of the continent. This should be completely understandable. Right? But why do I feel so anxious? It's really going to be fine. I promise it's going to be fine. There was no phone call or message. He was getting more and more anxious. Hurry up and call him to scold him. Why wasn't there any news at the mountain pass? At the peak. On a big tree. A skinny old lady with white hair and a face full of wrinkles was sitting with her eyes closed while holding a sheathed sword in one hand. She didn't care who came. It had nothing to do with her. She just sat there. She didn't hide herself from the start and was exposed in front of everyone. However, other than the people from Hidden Dragon High School, almost no one knew her and knew her background. His entire person looked like a statue. Grandmaster. Grandmaster didn't care about anything now. No matter what kind of demon you were, no matter what kind of expert you were, no matter what kind of god you were. She didn't care about them at all. As long as Xiao Duo came out, if he couldn't hold on and someone wanted to kill him, whoever came would die. If you don't die, I die. That was all. White hair, skinny body, indifferent to everything, even to life and death. For some reason, even the infamous 3 demons of Yellow Spring felt a bone-chilling cold when they passed by Grandmaster. A kind of cold loneliness. This made the 3 demons who didn't like this old lady to begin with rush into the Star Beast Forest as if they didn't see her. Moreover, he had tiptoed in. They didn't know this old lady and didn't know who she was. However, the 3 demons didn't want to provoke this kind of aura. Chapter 562. The 3 ghosts of Huang Quan were very clear. This old lady's cultivation might not be as high as theirs. But her entire being had a feeling of having lost all hope. Death is a kind of release. She no longer had the slightest bit of attachment to the world. The 3 ghosts of Huang Quan, who had been rolling in the martial world for their entire lives, deeply understood that in this world, the so-called desperados, the ferocious devils, were not scary at all. Because no matter how ferocious those people were, they still wanted to live, more than anyone else, to live for a long time. The so-called desperados, the so-called ferociousness, everything was just a facade, a false coat to hide their true nature. The most frightening thing was actually like this old lady. Living had already become torture for her, but she had no choice but to continue living, and could not die. This kind of person. The thoughts of this kind of person were completely unreasonable. Give her a little reason, and she would risk her life with you. The risk here was not just words, but actual actions. Or just because you spit on her, she would charge forward and self-destruct. If you provoked such a bomb, then you would be inviting the death god, seeking your own death. This kind of thing, the 3 ghosts' boss Hanged Ghost had once seen at close range. He was a divine reigning master, his entire family had been killed by his enemy, and he had already exterminated the entire family of his enemy. He was the kind of person who did not even have a target for revenge, and had no desire to live. A divine reigning master with a much higher cultivation than him met this person, and only snorted arrogantly, expressing his disdain, and glanced at this person. He really only glanced at him subconsciously. For an expert with a higher cultivation base, this was nothing but a trivial matter. My cultivation is higher than yours, so I glanced at you subconsciously. What's wrong? Who dares to offend me? However, that divine reigning master exploded, and actually raised his head lifelessly and asked, "What are you looking at?" The divine reigning master subconsciously asked back, "What's wrong with looking at you?" This person said, "If you have the guts, why don't you try looking again?" The divine reigning master, "Let's try." Then he really glanced again. Then this imperial god expert actually didn't waste any more words, directly rushing forward and self-destructing. That was burning one's lifespan, spirit, soul, consciousness, cultivation, astral souls, and everything else. It was the most extreme way to self-destruct. Just like that, it hugged this returning profound expert tightly and exploded. This arrogant Gue Xian expert was blasted into pieces on the spot. Although the returnable profound expert didn't die, his true cultivation was far superior to that of the royal deity cultivator. Even though he had suffered severe injuries, he still managed to survive. However, he also paid the heaviest price because of this. After this sudden self-explosion, he was blown up into a cripple. His foundation was damaged, and it was the kind that couldn't be treated. This Gue Xian expert did not even wait for him to fully recover before announcing his withdrawal from the Jianghu. However, it was not because of bravery, but because of fear, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. There are often too many dangers and unpredictable changes in this world. He only glanced at her, and she exploded. Sigh, the martial arts world is no longer the martial arts world of the past. There's too much hostility. This was that person's final sigh. From then on, the martial arts world no longer saw that arrogant and despotic Gue Xian expert who was like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. He had completely gone into seclusion. That self-explosion had directly caused him to be afraid when he saw people. He was afraid of whoever he looked at. No matter who he saw, he didn't even dare to look at them. The repercussions were severe to a certain extent. He didn't even dare to make a move. If he didn't go into seclusion, what else could he do? This was the consequence of casually glancing at someone. It was that serious. Therefore, when the leader of the three ghosts of Huang Quan saw this old lady, this familiar aura made him immediately recall a distant memory in his heart. Then, his reaction was like a normal person who had seen a nuclear bomb with the safety off. Run quickly. Run quickly. Not only did he run, he even warned his two brothers, "Don't look at the old lady. Don't even look. Are you tired of living?" Drowned Ghost and Hungry Ghost were confused as they followed their leader. They thought that they had met some hidden peerless expert. They kept tumbling all the way. They didn't even dare to make a sound. That old lady's image instantly became lofty in their hearts. She was so high that they couldn't reach her, so high that they had to look up to her. What kind of expert could frighten their mighty and domineering leader to this extent? A whoa! In the distant Star Beast forest, a violent roar soared into the sky. It was filled with violent emotions, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. A wave of spiritual power suddenly spread out along with this roar. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, everyone could clearly hear the message transmitted by this spiritual power. "Humans, why are you invading my territory?" The moment some martial artists with lower cultivation levels sensed this spiritual power, their faces turned pale. This was a king-level star beast, one that could communicate with humans using divine consciousness. In just a short while, they had already hit the jackpot. A sinister voice said, "Tiger King, please don't be angry. We are only here to chase after a fugitive. Once we catch the fugitive, we will immediately leave. We won't dare to offend you. Please forgive us." Oh whoa! The Tiger King was furious. Quibble. What kind of fugitive dares to come to my territory? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre and causing misery and suffering. Tiger King, please calm down. We will just take a detour. It was still the same sinister voice that spoke. Then, it led the group in another direction. However, just as they turned a few hundred miles on the other side, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the head of a cloud transformation cultivator, turning him into a pile of charcoal on the spot. The rumbling sound shook the entire Starlight Mountain range. Then, a hissing sound rang out, and a gust of fishy wind filled the air from a few hundred miles away. Another wave of spiritual power followed. You can't afford to offend the Black Tiger, but can you afford to offend me? This time, the one who spoke was the Sky Star Snake King, the king-level star beast in the Star Beast Forest. In the distant sky, a huge snake tail suddenly appeared and swung over like a long whip. Just the snake tail that was swung out was 7 to 8 feet long. The instant it flashed in the sky, 2 more bolts of lightning descended from the clouds. 2 infant transformation cultivators instantly turned into dozens of charred corpses. Everyone immediately changed their direction again, and their search became even more gentle, fearing that they would attract the killing intent. This area was really too dangerous. There was more than one king-level star beast, and they would even kill without a word. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. Why did this Shao duo run around? Running to the Starlight Mountain range, isn't this finding trouble for us? Isn't it better to just fight outside and have his head cut off by us? That would be more straightforward, in the dense forest. It was a black tiger, at least as tall as a 3-story building. Its fur was shiny, as if it was shrouded in a black fog. It was quietly lying in a big hole, looking outside. It didn't show any signs of anger, but its expression was somewhat anxious. Right in front of it, there was an empty space. The place where there used to be grass or trees was now completely empty. There was only a faint and illusory special light that was beginning to seep out from the ground bit by bit. The black tiger's 2 big eyes looked at the light, and its expression was full of desire, but more than that, it was still nervous. Damn human beings. This piece of heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is about to be unearthed. Why are there so many people here? Hunting fugitives. Do you think I'm stupid? What kind of fugitive is worthy of so many people? There are many powerhouses of the God Royal Realm or even higher. Are they here to snatch the treasure from me? Thinking of this, the Tiger King's murderous intent suddenly rose, and it was difficult to suppress. The Tiger King was really angry. Ever since it found this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment by coincidence, it had been guarding here for 3,700 years. It was only in order to swallow it when it matured and advanced to the next level. That was why it had been holding on for so long. At this moment, this group of damn human beings actually wanted to destroy it. This was intolerable. The Tiger King's eyes were overflowing with incomparable hostility. Its huge tail, about 2 meters in diameter, swept back and forth. On both sides of its body, it slowly propped up its wings. Rows of 10-meter-long sword-like wings flickered with dazzling sharpness and cold light, which was breathtaking. No matter who it is, don't even think about snatching this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment from my mouth. As long as I swallow this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment, I will be able to awaken the heavenly tiger bloodline and increase my strength to the legendary great demon level. The heavenly tiger's inheritance will also be open to me along with the awakening of the bloodline. Sighed, the good days when the demon race ruled the world, I didn't have the fate to meet it. It was said that the entire heavenly court was built by us demons at that time. Those glorious days. Those awesome ancestors. Where in the world did you bring the demon alliance to? Do you know that we, the descendants of the later generations, live very hard on this continent? The Tiger King, who was deep in thought, felt a surge of melancholy. He wanted to return to the embrace of his ancestors, to return to the protection of the powerful demon race. Those were the days that the tiger god longed for. And on the other hand, his desire for the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment grew stronger. After all, this might be the only way to transform himself and follow in the footsteps of the powerful demon race. On the other side of the distant Starlight Mountain range, in the sparse forest, another two huge creatures quietly landed and tiptoed towards the Starlight Mountain range. Those were two tigers, two saber-winged tigers. However, these two saber-winged tigers were not the least bit glamorous. They were covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that their journey to the Starlight Mountain range was not very pleasant. If Xiaoduo was here, he might be able to recognize that one of the saber-winged tigers was the tiger beauty he knew. The other one was of course this tiger beauty's husband, the male tiger. Chapter 563. The two saber-winged tigers ran as fast as they could, trying their best to hide their tracks to avoid being discovered. If these two saber-winged tigers could speak, they would definitely say, "We're so unlucky, so unlucky." Their nest had been wiped out, and all of their brethren had died an unnatural death. Fortunately, after the husband and wife had eaten the nidan, they had digested it again and again, and their cultivation had improved greatly. That was how they had been able to escape and survive until now. Otherwise, they would have become the spoils of war of the humans. They ran as fast as they could, so how could they care about which direction to go? Whoa. The starry mountains are in front. Whoa. I heard that we'll be safe once we're inside. There are many high-level star beasts gathered here, and they'll definitely protect us. Whoa. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. Whoa. The children are gone. Whoa. We're safe, let's make a few more nests. Whoa. Dead ghosts. The two tigers rushed into the starry mountains like they were flying. Whoa. There seems to be the same kind of aura. Whoa. I also feel it, so strong. Whoa. Hurry up, senior, we're coming. About 300 miles ahead of where Xiaoduo was hiding, there was a huge valley. The surroundings were cold and wet, and every stone was slippery. Below, there seemed to be a huge flowing black lake. In the morning fog, it flowed slowly, and flowed. Suddenly, the lake seemed to be still, and there were no more waves. After a while, a whirlpool appeared on the lake. A huge black head suddenly stretched out from the black lake. It was only the head and neck, but it was already as tall as a two-story building. It was really huge. The black head looked ferocious and terrifying, and the two feelers on its head were at least 100 meters long, swaying in the air. It seemed to have found something interesting, and its whole body slowly rose from the lake. That black head was actually a humongous centipede. The giant centipede swam for a bit and came to the shore. It coiled its body under a cliff and stopped moving. Its two protruding eyes, which were as big as a square table, looked around in confusion. Why did he vaguely feel that something was wrong? Today's wind was a little noisy. Then, he placed his feet on the ground and tilted his head to listen to the movements of the outside world. If someone were to see this scene, they might be scared out of their wits. This centipede had hundreds of feet. No, hundreds. No. There were at least 700 to 800 pairs, or even more. Any one of its legs was at least 20 meters long. Thick, long, and hard. It was covered in fur. What was going on outside? Could it be that those despicable humans had finally discovered that there was something good hidden in this valley that was about to mature and be unearthed? The giant centipede became more and more vigilant. It dug a hole under its body and slowly hid its body. No matter what, I won't leave this mountain cliff. The pain was unbearable, but there was an end to it. At this moment, Xiaoduo had completed the first compression. With a pale face, Xiao Duo rested for a long time. Then, he lay down in the Tower of Annihilation and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for more than 3 hours. When he woke up, he realized that he had nothing to do. So, he took out the Jade of Astral Souls and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger again and started to practice. He wanted to be in his best condition at all times. Another 6 hours passed in this round of training. He had to admit that after his cultivation improved, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy became more and more terrifying. After the first compression, Xiaoduo's energy center's upper limit reached a new high. After 6 hours of continuous practice, the heart of the sun emitted abundant heat energy, the consumption of a large amount of top-grade Jade of Astral Souls, and the energy contained in the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger had all turned into mist in his energy center. The storage capacity of the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger seems to be very ordinary. Xiao looked at the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. He finally understood why Uncle Nan had given him this thing back then. It was because the storage capacity of this Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was an unparalleled treasure for cultivators with low cultivation. But at Uncle Nan's level, the so-called benefit of the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was just a drop in the ocean. It was completely useless. Even for the current him, it was barely enough for him to use. The Dragon Blood Flying Dagger, which was originally in a saturated state, had already consumed 2/3 of its storage capacity. According to this ratio, the amount of Dragon Blood Flying Dagger that was consumed to the point of vomiting was not enough for Uncle Nan's one breath of breathing. Xiao Duo made a rough calculation. According to his current progress, once he reached the Cloud Transformation Realm. Even if he didn't reach the Cloud Transformation Realm, the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger would lose its use to him. I still need more good things. Xiao Duo sighed from the bottom of his heart. Things like compression could not be continued for the time being. After going through compression once, what he really needed to do was to fight. Using actual combat to consume the recharged true chi and true essence was like a person who had eaten a full meal and needed to digest the food. At the same time, he needed to consolidate his current gains and adapt to them. Fortunately, there were many people outside who were not afraid of death. Large amounts of wealth were waving at him. Boss, be careful. The centipede is coming out. Xiao Long's voice came in time. Centipede. Where is it? The first thing that Xiao Duo thought of was a main dish, fried centipede. This main dish was to cut off the head and tail of the centipede and pinch it with your hands. The snow-white centipede meat fell into the seasoning, rolled it around, and then put it into the boiling oil. Then, it was scooped up with boiling water and sprinkled with fine salt. Oh my God! Xiaoduo's saliva flowed out. Where is it? Where is it? The size should not be small. I'll catch it and fry it. It'll definitely be satisfying. Xiao Duo looked at Xiao Long. The fried centipedes that he had eaten in the past were all snatched up as soon as they were on the table. Xiao Long solemnly reminded himself that it must be a star beast. The size should not be small. It was just right for him to gorge himself and satisfy his cravings. Xiao Long was obviously a little Spartan. He looked at Zhuo several times and was obviously surprised by Zhuo's courage. That thing. You dare to eat it? It should be at least 100,000 catties. Right? Xiao Long said uncertainly. 100,000 catties. Xiao Duo was shocked. Is there a centipede settlement here? Why are there so many of them? If there are so many of them, not only can I eat them myself, but I can also sell them. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. 1. Xiao Long's 2 little paws covered his eyes. 1. Xiao Duo opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a goose egg. 100,000 catties for a centipede. Yes. Cough, cough. Xiao Duo readily admitted defeat. That's too big. It's not easy for a centipede to grow that big. I won't eat it, I won't eat it. I'll just treat it as doing a good deed. He could not afford it, nor could he afford to offend it. A centipede of 100,000 catties, what kind of existence would that be? Eat it. It's more like it would eat me. Cough, cough, I'd better not think about it. Xiao Duo cautiously came out of the Tower of Annihilation. As soon as he returned to the cave, he keenly felt that the air around him seemed to have stagnated. He was clearly 500 meters below the surface, but he still felt as if his body was stuck in a thick congee, unable to move freely. The centipede above was so scary. Long, how far are we from that centipede now? Xiao Long went to confirm again. 200 miles, 200 miles. It's so far away, but it can still cause such a big disturbance. It seems that it's really skilled. Xiao Duo was depressed. He very carefully began to dig a hole, loosened the soil underground, and dug all the way in the direction of the centipede queen. Basically, he asked Xiao Long to go outside to investigate the situation and report back at any time that he dug very carefully, almost silently. 5 miles. 10 miles. 25 miles. Xiao Long came in again and again to report. It hasn't noticed. It hasn't noticed yet. It still hasn't noticed here. It has noticed, but it doesn't care. Xiao Duo had expected this. The little movement he made was similar to a mouse digging a hole for a gigantic star beast that weighed at least 100,000 catties. It was even lighter than a mouse digging a hole. And why would a great demon king that weighed more than 100,000 catties care about a mouse digging a hole? Even if it noticed, it wouldn't take it to heart. When a person walked on the road, would he notice a worker ant running in an ant nest under his feet? That would be impossible. Therefore, Xiao Duo wasn't too worried about the movement he made. Until the centipede queen keeps looking in this direction. When he heard Xiao Long's report, Xiao Duo immediately stopped digging. He had dug a distance of about 120 miles. It wasn't short. On the ground. The gigantic centipede coiled at the bottom of the cliff. Its huge eyes flashed with doubt as it stared in a certain direction. There was a little thing digging a hole over there. It should be a little mouse. Or a rat demon. It actually dug for so long and gradually approached the territory of this king's forces. If it continues to dig here, I'll be angry. Although it's just an ant and not worth my anger, it's annoying to keep digging in this direction, right? Fortunately, it soon discovered that the little mouse seemed to have changed direction and went in the opposite direction. The centipede shook its head, and its 200-meter-long antennae swayed. I won't bother with an ant. You're lucky that it left. It's probably a beast's instinct to seek good fortune and avoid calamity, a warning of impending doom. Xiao Duo, who was in the hole, made a prompt decision and quickly adapted. At the end of the hole, he cleaned up the soil and then carefully buried a string of triggered mines. Chapter 564. After arranging everything properly, he immediately dug a hole in the opposite direction. After digging nearly 100 meters underground, he coincidentally found an underground river. Xiao Duo took advantage of the opportunity and jumped into the river, drifting away with the flow of the river. Finally, he felt the sticky feeling gradually fade away. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He chose a new angle and started digging again. I'm going to go out and see the light of day again. I'm going to wipe out the evildoers. Xiao Duo worked diligently while asking Xiao Long, say, if I lure people to the centipede. Do you have any means to get me out of danger immediately? Obviously, Xiao Duo had a devious idea. That's hard to say. Xiao Long wagged his tail. I'm just an illusion. I'm a luck dragon, the kind that doesn't have a physical body. How would I know the combat power of this centipede? But on the other hand, no matter how powerful this centipede is, it can't do anything to me without a physical body. How poisonous is this centipede? Sua Xiaoduo asked. Boss, with your cultivation level, it's about the same. One breath from it will turn you into pus. You don't have to worry too much about it. It's the kind that can be done casually. Xiao Long was very honest. But Sua Xiaoduo obviously didn't like this kind of honesty. It's that powerful. Yes, it is. Xiao Long thought for a while and said, Boss, if you use the Flaming Sun Sutra, there's a chance that you can evaporate the poison in advance. Naturally, the poison won't be able to do anything to you. Oh. However, that's on the premise that the centipede isn't specifically targeting you. To the current you, a single breath from him is basically enough to kill you if you graze him. Xiao Long said, anyway, it's very dangerous. There's a high probability that you won't be able to avoid it. So, it's best not to take such a risk. Sua Xiaoduo snorted and thought, I don't want to do this either. But there are so many people outside waiting to kill me. I will either be killed by the centipede or by these people. One was to sit and wait for death, while the other was to seek survival in the midst of death. If he took a risk, he might be able to borrow the centipede's power to kill those people outside and break through the gate of death. How many people are there in this large area outside? Sua Xiaoduo had almost reached the ground, and his movements were getting softer and softer. There are at least 4,000 to 5,000 people now. Xiao Long coughed. So many. Have you really confirmed it? Are you kidding me? Sua Xiaoduo was shocked by this number. What about the surface now? There are some around, but there's no one in front. There are only 2 snakes. Snake. Sua Xiaoduo's courage was instantly boosted. After touching a huge tree root, he immediately activated the Flaming Sun Sutra and quietly burned a hole in the tree. Then, he slid out of the hole like a snake. However, he was immediately surrounded by a slippery feeling. The 2 snakes near him were not small. They were originally coiled around the tree, and each of them was as thick as a water tank. When Sua Xiaoduo popped his head out of the hole, he happened to fall into the arms of one of the snakes. Sua Xiaoduo was already prepared for this, but the snake that Sua Xiaoduo was hugging gave him a huge fright. Fuck. I was doing something indescribable with my wife, and a human came out from between our bellies. What kind of change is this? At this moment, the 2 snakes were stunned. The female snake was even thinking, did I give birth to him? It can't be so fast, right? I just started doing it, and it's not even done yet. The male snake was startled and immediately froze, did I get cuckolded? But the problem was, as a human, who would have the guts to mess with snakes? The next moment. Hiss. 2 ferocious mouths opened at the same time. They had to deal with this kid quickly, and then continue to do happy things. However, a flame with hidden heat gradually rose. The 2 excited snakes immediately felt that they were entangled with a volcano that was about to erupt. They hissed miserably as they separated. However, the place where they were entangled with each other was already charred, and half of their bodies were cooked. The 2 snakes rushed out in 2 completely different directions, as if they had gone mad. Husband and wife were snakes in the same forest, but when disaster struck, they would crawl separately. I don't need to be too fast now, I just need to be faster than the male snake, female snake. Then, that terrifying human won't come after me. The 2 snakes were charred black, and the smell of meat wafted in the air. Of course, Sua Xiaoduo did not chase after them. His target was never these 2 snakes. The heavens are kind. These 2 snakes are also living beings. Master Swa thought with compassion. The sudden movement here had already attracted the attention of the other side. The 4 black-robed men on the other side carefully flew over. Among these people, 2 were at the peak of nascent soul, and the other 2 were at the initial stage of cloud transformation. After the 4 of them came to the starry mountain range, they knew that their strength was not high enough, and they were almost at the bottom. They felt that they had to take the initiative to gain the upper hand. Basically, he rushed in without much thought. But after rushing in, they could not find any trace of Swa Xiao Duo. And the more they rushed in, the stranger the atmosphere became. After coming here, they did not dare to move at all, and could only search carefully. Not long ago, they were frightened by the Tiger King and the Snake King. They wanted to retreat, but they were not willing to. And they had gone too deep, and it was also dangerous for them to retreat like this. So, they wandered around with a little hope, hoping for a fluke. In fact, there were many people who had the same idea as them. These people actually had the same idea. They were not strong enough, so they did not dare to take risks. But if they did not dare to take risks, how could they complete the task and get good things? They also wanted to be cautious, but the situation now was that there were too many strong people, so they could not be cautious. If they wanted to gain something, they could only risk their lives to have a chance. Who did not want good things? Since they were already here, they were in the same realm as the target. If they did not try their best, how could they be satisfied? Which strong person who climbed to the top did not take risks like this? If they died, it was just bad luck. But if they could survive, they would definitely be able to become stronger, and they would be able to write their own legend. People in the Jianghu were just like this. Either there was no corpse left, or there was a meteoric rise. However, although they had prepared for this, when they saw another small team being turned into charcoal by the lightning triggered by the snake, they could not help but be shocked and frightened. Everyone held their breaths and waited for a long time. When the surroundings were quiet, they finally wanted to leave. Why did a person appear here? Bald head. Young. Fuck. The heavens really did not disappoint those who worked hard. We waited for our luck to turn. As long as they killed this kid, stuffed the corpse into the space ring, and slowly made their way out to the edge. After a few days, they would pretend to be depressed and retreat with everyone. We, the 4 wolves of the Black Mountain, were indeed blessed by the heavens, and were about to write a legend. Swa Xiao Duo. The boss was afraid that he would recognize the wrong person, so he actually lowered his voice and asked. Swa Xiao Duo turned his head. Who is it, who called me? Then he panicked. Mommy, mommy. Run. His body rushed out like an arrow. Chase. The 4 of them displayed the highest speed in their lives at the same time. Their hearts were burning with incomparable passion. Even the gloomy and terrifying dense forest seemed to have become cute. What was there to be afraid of? Fuck it. As long as they killed Swa Xiao Duo, everything would be good. Swa Xiao Duo rushed out more than 100 feet with a whoosh. Suddenly, he circled in the air, but after confirming that there was no one else around, he immediately turned around. The 4 of you, your luck today is not very good. Swa Xiao Duo said with a smile. Bad luck filled the sky, blood covered the top, there is a bloody disaster, and your life is in danger. The 4 of them had already caught up. Cut the crap, kill him. This is the only chance, a heaven-sent opportunity, we can't miss it. You don't believe me? Swa Xiao Duo said angrily. I am a god, the number 1 in the aspect, and have never been wrong. Haven't you heard of it? What use is a god to us? The sword aura had already whistled and turned into a dragon. Buddha is merciful. Swa Xiao Duo's face was full of compassion. You must remember, I have read your fortune and taught you. Disaster is in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish it. don't know how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, you are courting death." Before his voice died away, his body suddenly spun up, and 2 training hammers were already in his hands. One of the hammers pointed to the sky, and immediately, there was a whoosh, causing the air to distort. The other hammer pointed to the ground, and with the same whoosh, the ground actually showed signs of cracking. The second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the extreme power of the red sun golden sun erupted, and the surroundings immediately turned into a heatwave hell. The sudden appearance of a blazing aura set the surrounding lush forest ablaze in an instant. As the 2 hammers crossed, Suashaodua's body had already exploded into a whirlwind, stirring up raging flames that burned the sky. Violent whirlwind, wind and fire converged, and wind and fire connected to the sky. Hammer. 3 rounds of continuous swings, and a series of violent clanging sounds were incessant. Fresh blood spurted out as if it was free of charge. The chests of the 2 people who bore the brunt of the impact were shattered, and their entire bodies flew straight out. Although the few of them tried their best to resist, Suashaodua's hammers were simply too heavy and too fierce. When the weapons in their hands came into contact with the hammers, there was no way for them to resist. Instead, they smashed into their own faces, injuring themselves. Although one of the 4 used a hammer, his 2 hammers were nothing compared to Suashaodua's. It was like a small jujube pit meeting a large lead ball. When the 2 hammers collided, they immediately shattered, and countless fragments flew in the opposite direction, piercing into their eyes and deep into their skulls. The way they died was simply too horrible to look at, too horrible for words. Suashaodua's body spun, and with the speed of his hands, he threw the 3 dead bodies into the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he grabbed the one who was still alive and said indifferently, "I said solemnly just now, didn't I? You guys will have a bloody disaster. Do you believe me now?" This person's face was ashen, and his pupils were dilated. He was on the verge of death, and even as he was on the verge of death, he looked at Suashaodua with eyes full of mockery, and mocked, "How accurate." Monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation tickets. Chapter 565. This person was also speechless in his heart, as well as furious. "Damn it, you still have the cheek to ask if your fortune-telling is accurate. I'm about to die, and you still want to play this trick. Are you a pervert?" His final sentence of ridicule could be considered as venting his anger, his final breath. The man's head tilted and he stopped breathing. Suashaoduo conveniently threw the corpse into the space, and immediately began to clean up the traces. As long as there were traces of the sledgehammer, they could not be left outside. However, Suashaoduo was more gratified this time. The 4 people actually kept 3 space rings. In the previous round of fierce fighting, only 1 was smashed. This was an unprecedented huge gain, and Suashaoduo was overjoyed. It seemed that in the future, it would be more beneficial to do this. This kid was really greedy to the extreme. If it were anyone else, in such a dangerous situation where the whole world was their enemy, why would they want a space ring? However, this guy would rather use the training hammer to try and see if he could keep more of the spoils of war. It had to be said that this was also an obsession. A terrifying obsession. Sure enough, wealth could enslave ghosts and even gods. Well, some of your belongings will be my reward for reading your fortune. If you don't have any fortune, won't you just die in vain? Suashaoduo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 6 drops of providence points falling from the sky. In an instant, from his spirit, to his divine sense, to his cultivation, to his meridians and dantian, he felt an extremely comfortable feeling at the same time. Suashaoduo was inexplicably surprised by such a shocking change. Where did so many providence points come from? However, after thinking about it for a while, he came to a realization. He had read the fortune of these people. No matter what his position was, no matter what the initiator was, it was a fact that he could see a bloody disaster. Even if he was the initiator, it was true that these people had suffered a bloody disaster. Since the bloody calamity had really happened, the few of them had died without any pretense. Most importantly, the last person had uttered 2 words before he died, truly accurate. Although it was only 2 words, it had already played a decisive role. On the other hand, Zhuo Duo took the spatial ring of the other party and also received the reward of the other party's recognition. This string of far-fetched conjectures coincidentally hit the mark, causing this fortune-telling to be completely established without any flaws. Of course, the reward of luck points would be given immediately without any delay. Awesome! Zhuo Duo understood and almost wanted to laugh out loud. Thanks to his own greed, he managed to complete all the procedures by chance. Otherwise, how could there be such a generous reward? Such good things must be done more often. Helping others and helping oneself, the more the better. That's why being stingy is a virtue. We have to maintain it and carry it forward. Thinking deeper, the 6 luck points that he had just obtained should have been provided by the 2 high-level nascent soul cultivators, while the 2 cloud transformation cultivators each provided 2 points, making a total of 4 points. The providence points given by the nascent soul transformation realm and the cloud transformation realm were also different. The heavenly Tao was fair and did not deceive him. Awesome! At this moment, a voice came from afar. There seems to be a battle over there. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Zhuo Duo did not stop at all. The moment he put away the corpse, he turned his palm, and the spiritual qi in the air turned into the shape of a foot, pressing it on the ground. It created a trace that seemed to be left by an expert who accidentally left a footprint in the air, but it was very blurry. Immediately after, his entire body spun for a moment before spinning out. He returned to the original path and once again entered the tree hole. Half of his body went into the underground tunnel below. Yes, half of his body was still in the tree hole. Now, he was not in a hurry to leave. Now that he could attack or retreat, he naturally wanted to see if he could take advantage of this opportunity to make another kill. Zhuo Duo did not have any psychological burden when it came to killing people. These people were here to kill him, so when he killed them, he did not even bother to say things like, "If you can kill me, why can't I kill you?" With Zhuo's temper, he had always been unwilling to say a word except when he was looking for providence points. However, there were too many trolls on the internet who would say that he was cruel. The other party did not say anything, but you killed them. Therefore, the handsome author took this opportunity to make a comment. Swish, swish, swish. Out of Zhuo's expectations, after a while, 30 to 40 people landed one after another. After these people landed, they all overflowed with energy to protect themselves. Then, they unsheathed their swords and placed them in front of their chests, ready to attack. Then, they released their qi. Everyone used their qi to lock on to the others who landed, to prevent themselves from being suddenly attacked. Then, they exerted force on their feet, shaking the ground 5 meters below the ground before they landed, to ensure that there were no poisonous insects or hidden weapons under their feet. At the same time, they held their breath to avoid accidentally inhaling poisonous fog. Zhuo Duo saw very clearly that these people all had their mouths closed, but there were slight protrusions on their cheeks. If he guessed correctly, these people all had spiritual pills in their mouths, and there was more than one. There should be a detoxification pill, an internal injury pill, and a pill to replenish spiritual energy. The more, the better. Very few of them were stingy. Seeing this, Zhuo Duo could not help but be disappointed. There were 30 to 40 old foxes who could not be more old. This bunch of fellows cherished their lives too much. Looking at their cultivation, he estimated that each of them had quite a high cultivation level. Hidden weapons could not be used for a sneak attack, and sword techniques alone could not defeat these people. If he used his extreme hammer techniques, he might be able to take them down, but it was still beyond his power to kill them all. Furthermore, his sledgehammer was something that could not be exposed. It was not worth it to expose it at this moment. Then, it was a mistake for him to wait here. There are traces of battle from the Flaming Sun manual, someone outside said softly. He looked around cautiously. Yes, there are indeed traces of the Flaming Sun manual's flame strength. There are also traces of battle with heavy weapons. Someone picked up a small fragment of the hammer on the ground. Although it was tiring just now, the fragment is very new and shiny. There are 4 people's footprints over here. Someone quickly looked around, different footprints, but the toes point in the same direction. These 4 people should be traveling together. There's one person over here. That's not right. There should be 2 people. Look over here, there's a clearly different footprint, but it's only stepping on empty air. It's not exposed. This situation should be during the battle. When they exerted a lot of strength, they spun a little. Another person looked in that direction and seriously analyzed. The spin destroyed the footprint. It looks like no one has been here, but in fact, it's just a cover-up. The 10 or so people all looked over at the footprints on the ground. Everyone's expression was heavy. The Flaming Sun manual did make a move, but the other hidden person was the main attacker. In other words, on Zhuo's side, other than Zhuo himself, there was another helper, and this helper's strength was far above Zhuo's. The key to this battle is this hidden person. When the 4 people rushed up at the same time, he killed all 4 of them in an extremely short period of time. He even took away the corpses and cleaned up the traces, intending to destroy the evidence of his existence. TSK, this guy is quite sinister. He actually has such a trick up his sleeve. I have to say, he's thinking too much. Someone's expression was heavy as he said faintly, everyone, judging from the clues we have now, Zhuo sighed. At the very least, there should be 2 people traveling together. Relatively speaking, it's only this one who made a move. Whether or not there are others is still unknown. We can't be careless. That makes sense. How could the Hidden Dragon sect's top martial artists not send people to protect Zhuo? Our movements are so obvious. Of course, they would join forces with Zhuo. Looking at the situation, it should be these 4 unlucky people who found Zhuo by chance. However, they naively thought that Zhuo was really alone, so they attacked blindly. It's a pity that they were killed as soon as they started fighting. Hee hee. Someone gloated. Luckily, this group of people helped us find the way. Otherwise, we might have fallen into their trap. That should be the case. Another person said, to be able to come here, one must at least have the cultivation and strength of the nascent soul transformation realm. And these 4 people were killed in an instant. Who here can do it? More than 20 people's faces were filled with disdain. Obviously, these people could do it. The sound just now shows that Zhuo is nearby. He is just a junior in the embryonic breathing realm, so he can't run too far. That's for sure. Ah! Someone suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. Zhuo only felt a chill in his heart. An extreme sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. With a thought, he suddenly used the 1,000-pound drop. His whole body fell from the tree hole to the ground 100 meters below with a bang. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. Almost at the same time, there was a loud bang and a big hole was formed in the ground. The big tree that Zhuo had been hiding in had already been blasted into powder. The 2 of them rushed into the tunnel like lightning without any scruples. Their actions didn't inform anyone else, and they wouldn't inform anyone else. All these changes happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. Even though Xiaoduo reacted quickly, he was still caught up by the two of them. Xiaoduo, who was underground, had no choice but to react and didn't make a sound. Boom! He brazenly smashed out with his hammer. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere. The person in front slashed the big hammer with his knife. Xiaoduo only felt as if his chest had been struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood almost rushed out, but he held it back and swallowed it back. His whole body flew out like lightning. The impact of this blow was so great that the tunnel hundreds of meters below collapsed with a bang. The person in front snorted and let out another roar. He attacked again. The light of his knife was bright and dazzling. With a boom, more than 100 cubic meters of soil was flattened by him. A large piece of soil flew up into the sky like a nuclear explosion. However, with this delay, Xiaoduo had already disappeared without a trace. Xiaoduo is below. No one knew who it was that roared. Chapter 566. The 30 to 40 people above regained their senses and entered the tunnel one after another. The sound of the wind rustled, and the qi rushed back and forth. When they saw Xiaoduo appear, they used their divine senses to search for him. The deep and wide tunnel, and even the underground river, entered their eyes. Xiaoduo's hiding place was completely exposed. Everyone rushed in without the slightest scruple. Everyone had a consensus: under such circumstances, even if Xiaoduo had someone protecting him, what could they do? Could it be that with so many experts joining forces, they would still be afraid of them? If you had the ability to sweep through everything, why would you hide like this? Outside, more than 10 figures on the ground noticed the movement here. They followed the sound from different directions and entered the tunnel like smoke. So many people had already entered before them. If they entered now, they would have no scruples. They were only afraid that they would be too slow. However, everyone chose to sneak in without saying a word to anyone. Above them, there were other people passing by. They did not notice this place and turned to search elsewhere. A few people separated from their companions to search. Now that they noticed the movement here, they did not even inform their companions. The last person was the fastest. Obviously, he had the highest cultivation level and was the most confident. He rushed to the end like a ghost. With a backhand palm, he destroyed the outside. Then, he shouted, "This is the Snake King, don't come over." His voice was full of pain, but he had already disappeared at the other end of the tunnel. Snake King. A few people were about to walk in this direction, but they immediately turned around. At this time, there were no less than 70 to 80 people who had entered the tunnel. They passed through the underground river and rushed forward. The traces of the dug soil were too easy to recognize. They followed the path without any obstruction. Even if there was loose soil in the way, how could it stop this group of tyrannical experts? Even Xiaoduo could not stop them, let alone these people. Now that the situation was getting clearer, everyone no longer had any scruples and chased after them. Everyone was experienced in the Jianghu. Naturally, they would not enter the tunnel whenever they saw it. However, the tunnel in front of them had clearly been dug not more than a day ago. This was something that everyone could easily tell. Furthermore, this tunnel led to Xiaoduo's hiding place. What was the cultivation level of Xiaoduo? If even he could hide here safely, at least the surroundings were definitely safe. In a place where even those in the embryonic breathing realm could survive, there naturally wouldn't be any star beasts that were too strong nearby. In short, all of this proved that this was the safest place without any danger. In addition, there was another more important reason: Xiaoduo, who had exposed himself, was running along this path just now. If he dared to run, then he was definitely not in danger. However, the last thing that gave everyone confidence was the fact that there were 70 to 80 extraordinary experts gathered here. Such a comprehensive combat power was enough to shake a mountain. Even if there was a risk, it would be nothing. They were all veterans of the Jianghu. Everyone had thought of this, which was why they dared to act like this. As for Sui Xiaoduo's bodyguards. So what if Sui Xiaoduo had bodyguards by his side? Could they be a match for so many of them? Today, at this moment, they had to get Sui Xiaoduo's head. Boss, no one is coming from outside. Xiaolong entered the Tower of Annihilation to report. Sui Xiaoduo opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a slight smile. The injuries that he had suffered just now had been healed by medicinal pills as soon as he entered the Tower of Annihilation. At such a time, he couldn't go out and cause trouble with his injuries. Sui Xiaoduo's current position was in a pile of mud that was about 10 meters away from the entrance of the tunnel. The thick layer of mud was tightly wrapped around the Tower of Annihilation. As for Sui Xiaoduo, he was naturally hiding in the Tower of Annihilation. Just now, after he had struck the hammer, he had only dashed forward for a while and immediately entered the Tower of Annihilation. What a joke, how could he keep running forward? Running forward was courting death, okay? But there was an obvious path ahead, and these people would definitely chase after him. When they reached the end, the real show would begin. I sincerely wish you all the best. You must meet that centipede. I have given you the completely correct path. The distance is so close, you should be able to meet it. That is the surprise that I have specially prepared for you all. Sui Xiaoduo prayed. Boss, are we going out now? Xiaolong wanted to say something but stopped. If not, why should we go out? Sui Xiaoduo said, what we need to do now is to meditate and cultivate for a while. Wait for a while. What was the hurry to go out for? The fate of this tunnel would depend on the subsequent development. If the centipede discovered these people, none of them would be able to survive. Then, after confirming that these people were all dead, he could use this tunnel again and continue to cause trouble. He had spent a lot of effort to dig this tunnel for so long. If he abandoned it now, it would be too wasteful. Of course, if these people were cautious enough and didn't alarm the centipede, then he would have to give up this tunnel. But by then, the subsequent development would be unpredictable, and the situation would be so bad that it might be out of control. The Tower of Annihilation could fool people for a while, but if those people turned around and carefully investigated, they would eventually think of the Tower of Annihilation as the most impossible possibility. After all, when all possible options were denied, the most impossible possibility would become the only possibility. At that time, once these people joined forces to shake the area within 100 miles, exceeding the limit that the Tower of Annihilation could withstand, he would still be forced to show up. They will definitely meet, and they will even greet each other affectionately. Sui Xiaoduo muttered. Long, why did you ask me if we should go out just now? Sui Xiaoduo suddenly asked. Because on the other side of the tunnel, there is a treasure of heaven and earth growing underground. It is one of the things that you have been looking for, boss. Xiaolong said flatteringly, isn't this for your benefit? Good boy. Sui Xiaoduo praised, what kind of thing is it? It is a black vine made of yin qi. It has now condensed into a substance and transformed into a strange tree that lives underground. It has 18 triangular leaves, and each of the 3 leaves holds a red fruit. Xiaolong said very cautiously, it is probably because there is a yin qi spiritual spring underground that caused this mutation. Well, that red fruit looks very much like the soul-tempering vermilion fruit that you mentioned before. Hearing this, Sui Xiaoduo's spirit was lifted. Since Xiaolong had said so, then it was basically certain that it was the soul-tempering vermilion fruit. Otherwise, it would not be so excited and come over to take credit. Duo laughed and said, "Let's go over and take a look later. If it is really the fruit, I will send you a deity." "Thank you, boss." Xiaolong was so excited that he did a somersault. On the ground, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others rushed over like a whirlwind and met up with a teacher who was responsible for reporting the news outside. "Where is Duo? He has now entered the Starlight Mountain Range. Judging from the current situation, there is a high chance that he has entered the depths of the Star Beast Forest." "Oh. There is no movement for the time being, right?" "No." "Who followed him?" Teacher Zhan and the others entered the Star Beast Forest area after killing a round of outsiders, but I am not sure if they have met up with Duo. "I got it." Yi Changqing did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and led the team all the way into the Star Beast Forest. As he walked, he tried to contact Grandma Shi to find traces of her. At this moment, Yi Changqing's heart was still very calm and composed. At least for now, Duo was still fine. The most direct reason was that Yu Jiaran was with him. With Yu Jiaran's cultivation and strength, even if she was no match for the other party, it was not difficult for her to escape with Duo and resist stubbornly for a period of time. If Yu Jiaran was fighting with others, Shi Yunfeng's golden sword would cause a huge commotion. The teacher who was reporting the news outside would not be able to see it. Since there was no movement now, it meant that Duo was still safe. Yi Changqing did not know that Duo had lost contact with Grandma Shi and left the range of her protection because he had used the Tianyuan escape technique on the spot. If Yi Changqing knew about this, he might go crazy on the spot. Whatever calmness and composure, there would be nothing left. In the tunnel, 70 to 80 people moved forward. Between each other, they were on guard and did not dare to be careless. Not to mention 70 to 80 people, the specific number should be 76 people. Everyone was anxious, no longer as excited as they were at the beginning. They were not worried about Duo's sudden attack, but they were worried that the people around them would be unfavorable to them. There was only one reward and it was difficult to divide it equally. The person who got it in the end would definitely not share it with others. Now the opportunity was right in front of them, but how to get it in their hands, there was still a follow-up. Among the 76 people, there were 6 Royal God Realm Masters, 43 Transformation Cloud Realm Masters, and more than 20 people. Although they were only at the high level of nascent soul, each of them had a deep foundation. Even if they fought with Transformation Cloud Realm Masters, they would not be at a disadvantage. With such strength, at least there was no problem for them to protect themselves. But once they killed Duo, the reward would belong to someone else, and the person who got it would have to face the siege of others. Everyone thought that they would be the one who got it in the end, so they naturally thought that they would be besieged by others. A few people were already regretting in their hearts. They should not have been so selfish. They should have asked their companions to come together. Now they were alone. They were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with the follow-up. Especially the last person in black who came in was Hungry Ghost, one of the 3 ghosts of Huangquan. His body was so thin that it made people worry that he would fall to his death while walking. He was also the one with the highest cultivation level among the people present. Compared to the others, he was more than 1 level higher. But he did not expose his identity, nor did he reveal his real cultivation level. From the beginning to the end, he only revealed a little bit of his aura. It seemed that he was stronger than most people, but not by much. Chapter 567. After all, it was risky for him to kill Duo. It was better for him to let the others do it first. After the enemies were killed, he could take Duo's head from the others. It was better not to take risks if he could. After all, Zhuo's bodyguards were very likely to be two high-level shadows. It was impossible to guard against such a person and such an opponent. He had to be careful. How did this kid dig such a long tunnel? Someone muttered. That's right. We've already traveled a few hundred kilometers, right? Besides, there's no movement in front. Could it be that the kid ran in another direction? Could this tunnel be a smokescreen? Two of them had suspicious looks on their faces as they discussed in a low voice. However, everyone heard them clearly. Almost everyone curled their lips in disdain. These two idiots. Do they think they can trick us with such little tricks? Wasn't this too fucking naive? Along the way, with everyone's cultivation, they could tell that there were no other traces of excavation on the cave walls. In other words, Zhuo Duo did not open another path. There was only this tunnel. This also meant that Zhuo's final destination was in front of them. These two bastards are trying to use such a cheap trick to trick so many people. One of them snorted and said, "If you think Zhuo Duo has gone somewhere else, go ahead and hunt him down. No one is going to stop you." The two of them did not say anything and continued to rush forward. If you don't believe me, then so be it. But we will not go out. Now, the biggest possibility was that Zhuo's final destination was the end of this tunnel. But this tunnel is really long. I think young Master Zhuo is planning to stay here for a long time. Until he survives this disaster. I have to say, he is a man with a lot of tricks and ideas. The further they went, the more cautious they became. In this kind of situation where it was completely dark and there was loose soil in front of and behind them, everyone felt a lot of pressure in their hearts. Therefore, someone could not help but speak. When someone spoke, someone else responded. That's right. If those four people hadn't discovered that tree hole, it would have attracted a lot of attention. The entrance to the tunnel is in a tree hole hundreds of miles away. What a genius! Who would pay attention to an ordinary tree hole that an ordinary bear hibernates in? What a talent! These people were actually praising Zhuo Duo, as if they really admired this young man. Their ultimate goal was to completely kill this young man in exchange for their own benefits. Although everyone was cautious and on guard at all times, their speed was not slow at all. After all, the core of their goal was to find Zhuo Duo as soon as possible and take him down. Only then would there be any follow-up. Along the way, many people talked and discussed with the people around them from time to time. They tried their best to make themselves seem familiar with the people around them. However, everyone knew that their words did not match their hearts. Gradually, they were about to reach Zhuo's final destination. Be careful. The person at the front warned in a low voice, which almost made everyone fall to the ground. The large area of soil here is unusually loose, much worse than before. There should be another passage here. Even if the person at the front did not say it, everyone could feel it. They had already spread out a large amount of divine sense to search the surrounding environment bit by bit. Otherwise, how could they be at ease with the person at the front? No one would ignore the preemptive strike of the person at the front after discovering Zhuo Duo. After a successful strike, he quickly fled. However, at this time, while everyone confirmed that the environment was very different from before, they also felt a sense of crisis. It was as if there was something horrible here. It was secretly spying on them, like a tiger watching its prey. There's an ambush indeed. Everyone sensed this and felt relieved. Their journey here had been so smooth that it had already made everyone suspicious. How could there be no ambush? Previously, everyone was sure that Zhuo Duo had someone protecting him, and there might be more than one person. How could they not make a move? They must be preparing a big move, right? He would give everyone on his side a ruthless blow and create chaos so that Zhuo Duo would have the time to escape. At this moment, this vague and terrifying aura appeared, and everyone was relieved. They knew it. As long as it appeared, it was better than being paranoid. We have so many people here, do you think we're afraid of you? The 76 people carefully searched the area. There's no passage here. There's no passage here either. The soil is very dense. It's the same here. It's only on this side that the soil is loose. It seems that Xiaoduo is still moving forward, but his helpers are waiting in front, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. After everyone was sure, they finally began to move forward again. Someone suggested, the people at the front don't seem to dare to move forward, why don't we change people? The people at the back naturally agreed, but how could the people at the front agree? If they let you go to the front, would it be my turn to take the reward? It was not easy to get such a good position, and they were looking forward to striking first. How could they give it up? The closer they were to the front, the more silent they were and the faster they walked. Everyone had their own concerns, and they followed with their heads down. However, the more they walked, the more obvious the feeling of oppression was, and the stronger the sense of crisis was. Why did it feel so dangerous? It felt like he was facing a peerless, ferocious beast. However, it had already come to this point. Who would be willing to back down? The Golden Mountain was right in front of them. Retreat? That would be a joke. They couldn't retreat even if they died. Not to mention the reward, they couldn't afford to lose their face. On the ground. The huge centipede was getting more and more anxious. Are these little insects sick? They must be sick, right? First, that little thing from before dug a hole under my feet for so long, and I was already very magnanimous, okay? Why did so many suddenly come in this time? Every one of them has a clear goal, and they're obviously here to destroy my nest. What do you want to do? Could it be that the little thing at the beginning was to scout the way, and was prepared for these people? Then what these people want to do is too obvious. They're bullying the centipede too much. Do they really think that I'm so soft? This is intolerable. The group of people underground is getting closer and closer, and they're not slowing down. They're still walking in. Looks like they're here for me. No, I'm going to explode. I'm so angry, so angry. Just at this moment that the people below stepped on the chain landmines set by Xiaoduo without any warning. The person at the front stepped on it, and only heard a light crack. He felt that something was wrong, and lowered his head to touch it. What did I step on? The people behind him scolded, are you going or not? Why do you have so many bad habits when you're walking at the front? No, back down. The person at the front was an expert at the early stage of the god-reigning realm. He was one of the strongest in this group of people, and when he heard the criticism, his temper was definitely not good. He turned his head and scolded, what's wrong with me investigating? Why do you have so many problems? If you're not happy, let's fight one-on-one. Let's fight one-on-one then, I'm not afraid of you. Sun Chao, my hands have been itching for a few days. After this, no matter who gets the reward, we'll definitely get together and have some fun. Let's see if your life is tougher or mine is tougher. I'll definitely keep you company. Do you think I'm scared of you? At this moment, an extremely ferocious aura arrived brazenly, as if it was descending from the sky. Master Centipede above couldn't stand it anymore. It's too close. The purpose of this group of people is obvious. Be prepared to pay the price for provoking me like this. Once he made up his mind, he quickly rushed over here. When this overbearing aura rushed over, everyone here shuddered. The person at the front instinctively took his foot back and got into a fighting posture, and his right hand had already taken out his weapon from the space ring. Then, just as he moved his foot away, boom! A deafening explosion came from under his feet. The landmines exploded, Everyone's expression changed. They became more vigilant and protected themselves with their gang chi. After the first explosion, dozens of landmines exploded one after another. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Smoke rose everywhere. The entire tunnel collapsed, and everyone was smashed into the ground. To be fair, this series of explosions seemed to be rumbling, but in fact, the power and lethality weren't that great. They couldn't hurt these people at all. Even the weakest nascent soul cultivator was the same. It was just a sudden change that made everyone unable to react in time. As long as they had a dozen breaths' time, it was enough for them to regroup and stabilize the situation. However, the main point of Xiaoduo's arrangement was never about lethality. His main point was to create a certain degree of chaos. It should be known that the last section of the tunnel had no quality at all. It was inevitable that it would collapse under the series of landmines. What's more, this movement would completely ignite the ferocity of the centipede on the other side. It would make the two sides completely confront each other, and there would be no room for negotiation. This arrangement of landmines was really ingenious. It calculated the people's hearts meticulously. Well, there was also the beast's heart. As the landmines exploded one after another, an extremely ferocious aura seemed to have been stimulated by something. It covered the top and attacked with great momentum. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. There was indeed an ambush. There was an expert. Xiaoduo was really insidious. The hidden dragon was really prepared. Everyone roared together and attacked at the same time. Countless sword chi, saber chi, fish chi, and palm chi converged endlessly and launched a strong counterattack. Since they were destined to face each other head-on, what else did they have to worry about? There was only one word, which was to fight. With a boom, they rushed up. Chapter 568. The explosion just now only caused a huge commotion, but to these experts, they weren't injured at all. It was just a momentary disturbance, really nothing more. The 76 experts attacked at the same time, and their counterattack was earth-shattering. The entire ground was instantly pierced through. With a loud boom, a large amount of soil directly rolled up from hundreds of miles deep into the ground and rushed into the sky. No one knew how high it would fly. As for the 76 figures, they soared into the air like demonic gods. Under the pull of their auras, everyone soared into the sky as though they were riding on clouds. Everyone reacted quickly, constantly borrowing the surrounding soil to fly, trying to save their physical strength as much as possible. Everyone knew that the other party had already attacked. As long as they reached the ground, this battle of life and death would begin immediately, and it wouldn't end until one of them died. Who dared to be careless? Even though there were many experts with tyrannical strength and absolute confidence in winning, everyone's hearts were never united. What if there was a situation where one of them died instead of the other? It was necessary to preserve their most complete combat strength. On the ground, that huge centipede was directly enraged. It had just rushed over, wanting to confirm the situation and see if it had to attack. Unexpectedly, a loud boom came from below, and the ground shook, even its huge body trembled a little. It was this trembling that made the proud and arrogant centipede king fly into a rage. Anger filled its heart, and it couldn't restrain its anger. This group of ants actually dared to attack first. Were they trying to intimidate this king? This was simply a great humiliation. Without any hesitation, it smashed down with its claw, easily penetrating the soil layer. I'm going to flip this soil layer open, catch all these little bugs, and eat them one by one. I won't let any of them go. I'll turn all of them into feces. Who asked you to provoke this king? This was the consequence. This was the price. However, just as he started to dig, he realized that the entire ground had flown up. An abnormally tyrannical force burst out from the ground and came over forcefully. Boundless and ferocious murderous intent suddenly erupted. At the same time, the ground thousands of meters around shook. The unexpected turn of events came so suddenly that the Centipede Queen, who was completely unprepared, was directly pushed away. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long and weighed more than 50,000 kilograms, fell backward. If it was a human, it would probably just squat on the ground in a sorry state and nothing else. Instead, it was a centipede. Although there was nothing else, it was even more pathetic. Even if it was just a little bit embarrassing, it was already a great humiliation that a realm king could not bear. Needless to say, the Centipede Queen's 1,000 long legs were facing the sky, revealing its white belly. The Centipede Queen's fury instantly reached its peak. Its fury burned through the 9 heavens and soared to 80,000 feet high. Ants! You have successfully angered this king. This king announces that I am angry. Or had he reached the peak, becoming hysterical? The Centipede Queen flipped over and lay on the ground once more. The moment its feet touched the ground again, its ferocious eyes stared ahead. The group of ants was about to come out. They were coming out. They must be here to deal with me. Otherwise, how could they be so arrogant? The Centipede Queen only had one thought left. It must let this group of insects who overestimated themselves know how powerful this king was. They had to pay the price for what they had done, the most painful price. It would not rest until one of them was dead. It must annihilate this group of insects. Boom! The ground flipped open. 76 people flew out in a hurry and landed on the ground beside them. Each of them held a weapon in their hands and swept their cold gazes around, trying their best to find traces of the enemy. They stood tall and firm with the demeanor of an expert. Then, all of them felt the strong poison in the air at the same time. The antidote pills in their mouths were instantly chewed. However, such a cool pose only lasted for a second before it was disrupted by a cry of surprise. What is this? 76 people were stunned. Just as they came out of the ground and saw the light, it was no longer so dark. They could see with their naked eyes again. While everyone heaved a sigh of relief, they looked around and realized that it was right in front of them. It was right in front of them. This. What was this huge thing? It was more than 10 meters thick and more than 100 meters long. It had more than 10 to 20 meters long claws all over its body. There were at least 1,000 of them. What kind of plaything was this? The moment his gaze landed on them, everyone was scared out of their wits. They were not stupid and could recognize that it was a centipede. But the question was, how could there be such a huge centipede in this world? Then, everyone found out about another thing. Something bad had happened. They did not have time to think. At this moment, they moved together and leaped into the air. Everyone looked like they were ready to attack. But there was only one word in their hearts. Run. Leave this troublesome place quickly. I'll leave this troublesome place to the other fellow Taoists. Their actions and thoughts were completely opposite. In the eyes of the Centipede Queen. Fuck, this group of ants is planning to attack me from the air. It opened its huge mouth and condensed a green-colored poisonous fog. At the same time, its huge body also leaped high into the air. Those densely packed long legs were like super sharp swords as they attacked. Puff, 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 puff. In just a single exchange, a total of 18 people were pierced through by his claws. All of them were brought back under his feet and stepped on. Those who were hit let out shrill screams, but their bodies were pierced through like swords and claws, and they could no longer escape. In a moment, the horrifying poison spread all over their bodies. Soon, they all turned into a pale green color. Blood kept flowing out of their 7 orifices and wounds. Although they were still struggling, everyone could see that these 18 people were finished. There was no chance of survival. The remaining people were all swallowed by the green poisonous fog. The centipede queen's gigantic body carried the 18 experts who were still screaming miserably as it spun in circles like a dragon. Everywhere it passed, the experts screamed miserably as they were hit and fell to the ground. Light shone in all directions. More than 30 experts performed the move of becoming one with their swords and slashed at the centipede queen's long claws. If this tactic worked and cut off the centipede queen's claws, they could naturally turn the situation around. At the very least, they could fight for a chance to escape. However, countless divine weapons imbued with vitality slashed at the centipede's claws. The result was only sparks flying in all directions. For this huge centipede, they basically did not cause any damage. The reason why it was probably because there were many places on the centipede's legs where the disgusting long hair had been cut off. However, many people were pushed down by the centipede. Its sharp claws still pierced through the bodies of those human experts. The landing points were unusually accurate, all piercing through their soft stomachs. Then, it brought them back and placed them under its feet. At this time, 7 royal god experts also performed the move of becoming one with their swords and attacked together. Join hands. Hungry Ghost, whose lips were even paler than usual, roared and attacked with all his strength. The Hungry Ghost General had gathered all of his cultivation into his sword. The sword light was 400 meters long. The magnificent sword light swept across. With a light cracking sound, the centipede queen roared at the sky. One of its front claws was actually cut off by this sword light. This was the first time it was injured in so many years. And the first time it was injured, its leg was broken. Although it had more than 1,000 legs, but now one of its legs was cut off by Zhao's ants. Wasn't this a great humiliation? The centipede queen's anger burned even more. It roared at the sky. Its huge body was crazily motionless. 1,000 legs attacked together, and its 2 antennae suddenly waved. The poisonous fog in its mouth had already turned into poisonous liquid, and was crazily spewing out. Bang 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 bang. One after another, human experts died under the centipede queen's feet. Of the 7 royal god experts, 3 had already been killed. The vitality of royal god experts was even more astonishing. Even if their bodies were cut in half from the waist to the abdomen, the upper body was still struggling to crawl, wanting to leave this place. However, the skin and face of the heavily injured body, as well as the broken limbs and internal organs, were all pale green. That was because the poison had entered the body, and there was no cure. Now, even if the world's most advanced nutrition cabin was here, immediately putting the broken body into it, together with the world's most advanced healing pills, it would still be useless. Although Hungry Ghost and the other 3 royal god experts were lucky not to be injured, and still had the strength to fight, they couldn't help but tremble all over. The hand holding the long sword had already cracked, and their eyes were fixed on this crazy king of star beasts. Their faces were all green and green. Obviously, they were also poisoned, but they didn't dare to slack off, and they didn't dare to run. The centipede queen in front of them firmly locked onto the 4 of them with its spiritual power. If they tried to escape, they would only die faster. Yes, now only these 4 people were left. 76 people came in together, and the other 72 people were already lying on the ground. The first few corpses had already started to melt and turned into pus. Furthermore, one could see just how terrifying the poison was. With a sudden sound, a long leg flew over like a whip from the sky. The 4 of them roared together and raised their swords to block. With a loud bang, the 3 of them spat out blood and retreated. The other person's long sword was struck, and a streak of sparks flew out. It shot straight into the sky, and no one knew where it landed. The centipede queen's huge body moved slowly, and its two bulging eyes were full of coldness and cruelty. It moved slowly, and slowly coiled into a big circle. As for Hungry Ghost and the other three, they were all trapped in this large circle. Their faces were ashen, and they were in despair. They were dead for sure. There was no need to guess anymore, and there was no chance left. Now, unless the top few experts in the world came, there was still a chance to save their lives. For example, after all, they were dealing with Swaxiao duo, and it was related to Chief Nan. Chief Nan might come. If Chief Nan came, this centipede to him, even if it wasn't a piece of cake, it would be easy to deal with. But Hungry Ghost and the others didn't dare to think so. Even if Chief Nan came, it was more likely that he would join forces with this centipede to kill the four of them. Why would he save them? Wishful thinking. Chapter 569. The giant centipede curled up into a circle and stopped moving. It didn't attack the four of them anymore. It just curled up, looking lazy from head to toe. But it had no intention of letting the four of them go. You want to live after chopping off one of my legs? Don't even think about it. Slowly suffer, slowly wait for death. Ants. It's best if some more ants come and watch you die. Let the ants see the consequences of provoking and infuriating me. In this way, I'll kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and no one will dare to offend me again. The huge commotion here naturally attracted the attention of many people, including Yi Changqing, Grandma Shi, and the others. When they heard the landmine explosion, they immediately determined that this was definitely Swaxiao was doing. They rushed over as fast as lightning. As for the others, they all had similar thoughts and hurried over. This commotion must be Swaxiao's discovery. Mine. It's mine. Some of them even exchanged a few moves with the people around them on the way here. Wait. Someone's expression changed. Don't go forward, it's the Poison Mist Valley in front. It's the 10,000-year centipede queen's territory. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed and they stopped moving forward at once. Looking at the green poison mist in front of them, they could hear the sounds of fighting in the mist. They could not help but stomp their feet anxiously. Yi Changqing was burning with anxiety. He stepped out of the crowd and stepped into the sky, shouting, "Open!" He suddenly waved his sleeves. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Gusts of hurricanes were stirred up by his sleeves. Seeing this, everyone was enlightened and followed Yi Changqing, casting their spells to create a large gust of wind to blow away the poison mist. At this moment, there were thousands of desperados gathered here. But everyone expressed their heartfelt admiration for the people who were still fighting in the thick mist. Compared to you, how can we be considered desperados? You are. They would rather fight in such a poisonous atmosphere than to gain any benefits. This spirit of risking your life. TSK, 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 it's worth learning. It's just that. Even if you get Swaxiao's head, can you come out alive? Even if he could come out, would he be able to survive? Howling gales continued to blow in. The enormous strength of no less than 4,000 to 5,000 experts had reached a certain level. In less than 3 minutes, all the poisonous fog in the poison mist valley had been blown away, and all of it had been sent to the 9th heaven. It could be imagined that the poisonous fog would turn into clouds, and a rainstorm full of poison would start to fall from an unknown place. If they were in the sky above the city, then the consequences would be unimaginable. But now, no one could think of any of this. Only the highly skilled hidden dragon Zhang Xiaofei was reporting on his phone under Yi Changqing's instructions. Southern Governor, there's a poisonous fog that soars into the sky. It's being blown up by the astral winds and goes straight up to the 9 heavens. I'm afraid it'll turn into clouds and turn into a poisonous rainstorm. I hope that Southern Governor can inform the guardians of the major cities. Once you discover this kind of cloud, immediately use the power of the shield to shift it towards the wilderness. The poisonous fog was still growing in the middle of the Poison Mist Valley, but the large area of poisonous fog had already disappeared. At least, it was not enough to pose a threat to these people. Everyone was impatient. One by one, they took the antidote pill and rushed in. Especially the group of highly skilled hidden dragon cultivators, they were the first to enter. But just as they rushed in, they had only taken a few steps when they all stopped in their tracks. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Have you seen a centipede before? Yes. Then. Have you seen a centipede that is bigger than a building? I have one here, right in front of me. I'm so excited. Like hell. Enchanting looked around anxiously, searching among the dozens of corpses. Don't let there be Swashao Duo. Don't let there be Swashao Duo. Don't let there be one. Don't look for him, that kid isn't here. When Xingtian grinned and whispered into Enchanting's ear, the situation is very clear now. That little bastard must have made a trap to lure some of the people who were chasing him here and fed them to the centipede. The explosion just now, if I'm not wrong, was caused by the last batch of firearms you gave him, those landmines. When Xingtian gave him a thumbs up. Boss, I'm truly impressed by you today. You really made the best use of people and things. You could even think of this point in advance. Really? Admirable. The corner of Enchanting's mouth twitched subconsciously. What he said was very reasonable. But the truth is, when I gave him the landmines, I didn't think of this move. If he really used the landmines as a bait, then Zwishao Duo would definitely be fine. No one would stay in place and wait to be blown up after planting a landmine. He immediately relaxed and laughed. This little bastard is really a ghost horse. At this moment, a shrill cry of surprise rang out, "Third brother." Everyone saw that the terrifying centipede had formed a large circle, and inside the circle, there were 4 humans with faces full of despair. Although these people were still holding weapons in their hands and seemed to be alive, everyone could see that the 4 of them were done for. There was no hope for them to survive. And the one who cried out just now was the leader of the 3 ghosts of Yellow Spring, Hanged Ghost. At this moment, Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost were trembling all over, their eyes fixed on Hungry Ghost, who was trapped in the centipede circle in disbelief. Their eyes were full of pain. "Don't come over." Hungry Ghost shouted loudly, "I can't do it anymore. Don't come over. The centipede poison in my body has already penetrated deep into my heart and organs. Even if I'm rescued, I won't survive. Big brother, second brother, I'll leave the rest of my life to you." Hungry Ghost's sorrowful voice came from afar. At this moment, the other 3 people were also recognized, and instantly, there were cries of surprise. The cries on the other side also attracted the attention of the giant centipede. The giant centipede straightened its body, which was as tall as a 3-story building, and stared at the people in the distance with its ferocious eyes. Its mentality spread out, and it was a little obscure, like a stuttering person who did not know how to speak. This is the result of provoking this king. Field. The giant centipede seemed to feel that its words were not fluent enough and did not have enough deterrence, so it actually created 2 echoes. It meant that even the mountains echoed for this king. Am I awesome? The giant centipede straightened its neck and upper body, looking down at the group of human ants in front of it arrogantly. Humph, in this world, this king is the only king. Green poisonous fog spread out from the giant centipede's mouth and body, rising into the sky in spirals. Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost's eyes were anxious and sorrowful, and their hearts felt like it was being stabbed by knives. Seeing his brother about to die in such a hopeless situation, this feeling of helplessness was really driving him crazy. Hungry Ghost's voice was filled with hatred. Big brother, second brother, you have to be careful. Everyone here, be careful too. All of this is a trap set by that despicable brat, that bastard Duo. It's that bastard who set up such a dangerous trap and lured us here. To let us fight the Centipede King. Big brother, second brother, this little bastard is vicious, despicable, and cunning. You have to be careful. Hungry Ghost shouted in despair. The biggest regret in my life is that I can't kill Duo. Big brother, second brother, kill him for me. Kill him. Kill him. Hungry Ghost had never seen Duo in his life. Although they were not far from each other, he did not see his real face. However, at this moment, at the moment when his life was coming to an end, the person he hated the most was undoubtedly Duo. He hated him so much that his internal organs were about to explode. I've been in the martial world for so many years, and I've always been the one to trick others. I've never been tricked by anyone before. Today, I've been tricked to death by this bastard without even meeting him face to face. This hatred, is absolutely irreconcilable. Hanged Ghost gritted his teeth and said venomously, third brother, don't worry. I'll definitely help you kill Duo. Ha ha ha. Wen Xingtian laughed loudly. You're really a toad yawning. What a boastful tone. Kill Duo. Have any of you asked for my opinion? Something that was born but not raised by anyone. If a hungry ghost were to die here today, it would be very satisfying. No, he should have died too late. Good death. Good death. Die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha. Hanged Ghost's snake-like eyes turned around. He was so angry that his heart was about to explode. He said word by word, Wen Xingtian. You're courting death. Wen Xingtian laughed loudly. What's the point of just using your mouth? If you're so capable, come over here. I'm not looking down on you. No, I'm looking down on you. You're a coward, an idiot who should have been cut into pieces. Come over here. Come over here now. Will Master Wen just stand here and play with you? Come over here. Do you dare? You idiot. He was already so angry that he was about to explode when these people came to kill his student. Now, how could he have anything good to say? If not for Yi Chongqing holding him back, Wen Xingtian would have already rushed over. Now, a few words of cursing was nothing. He could just curse whatever was vicious. Hanged Ghost was so furious that his eyes were about to bleed. Wen Xingtian, is this the duty of the Hidden Dragon Martial School to be a model teacher? How can you speak so crudely? Wen Xingtian said disdainfully, fuck your mother. A bastard like you doesn't deserve to be called a Hidden Dragon Martial School. Being a model teacher is for humans. Towards animals, even if I speak crudely, I'll still find it disgusting. Hanged Ghost was so angry that he was panting. You. Wen Xingtian, fuck your mother. Hanged Ghost, Wen Xingtian, fuck your mother. Ha 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 ha. You're just an idiot who doesn't dare to come over after seeing your brother die just like that. Hanged Ghost was so angry that his lungs were swollen. But now, he really didn't dare to go over. Of course, the Hidden Dragon Martial School had more than 20 people. They were strong and well-trained, and could be said to be the strongest in this group. Many of them had cultivation levels that were not below his. Even if there was a slight difference, it wouldn't be by much. As long as he went over, he would be surrounded and beaten mercilessly. Not to mention that there was also Yi Chongqing among them. Well, to say that they were surrounded and beaten was the lightest. It should be said that they were surrounded and killed in one fell swoop. How would Hanged Ghost dare to go over? But opposite him, this Wen Xingtian's mouth was too vicious. Update complete. Requesting votes. I'll continue writing tomorrow's update. Chapter 570. At this moment, hearing Wen Xingtian's profanities, Hanged Ghost was so angry that his intestines were about to explode. However, he did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. He could only open his mouth and curse back at Wen Xingtian. All kinds of profanities came pouring out like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, stopped cursing. He pointed at him and laughed loudly. Everyone come and see. Hey, who brought their phones? Quickly record a video for him. Our sworn third brother is about to die. Look at how excited Hanged Ghost is. Ha! After cursing for so long, there was not a single word repeated. What kind of human nature is this? Why don't you call yourself a ghost? You really have no sense of shame. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaofei and the others behind him had already taken out their phones and started recording when Hanged Ghost started cursing. They were not just recording Hanged Ghost alone. They were recording everyone present, whether they were masked, in disguise, or in their original appearance. These people were the lifelong enemies of Hidden Dragon High School. At the same time, they were the trial targets of Hidden Dragon High School's graduates. Hanged Ghost had an inexplicable thought and suddenly stopped talking. However, he was still fuming. Soon after, he said loudly, "Friends, our purpose here is the same. It is to kill that Sua Xiao duo." However, this group of people from Hidden Dragon High School is obviously here to protect Sua Xiao duo. Our positions are completely different from theirs. We are natural enemies. Now that the enemy is in front of us, how about we attack together and kill this group of people from Hidden Dragon High School first? We have to attack sooner or later anyway. If we want to kill Sua Xiao duo, these people from Hidden Dragon High School won't just stand by and watch. Once we are separated, we may be defeated by this group of people one by one. Don't you think this makes sense? Hanged Ghost shouted loudly. He wanted to turn everyone present into an alliance and join forces to deal with Hidden Dragon High School. It had to be said that his words were realistic and not alarmist. Many people were moved by his words. Although this group of people from Hidden Dragon High School was the strongest force present, when compared to everyone else, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were not on the same level. There were too many people. However, Wen Xingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and pointed at Hanged Ghost happily. He looked around and winked. Did you guys see that? This guy was scared. Ha 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 ha, the leader of the Yellow Springs Three Ghosts, Hanged Ghost, is afraid. Ha 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 ha, the Yellow Springs Three Ghosts, what a great reputation. Now, the third brother is about to die, eaten by the centipede. And boss was so scared that he looked like a grandma. Ha ha ha. You actually want others to fight for you. Hanged Ghost, aren't you embarrassed? Where's your demonic temperament? What about your reputation in Jianghu? Could it be that they were all called out? You're screaming so loudly that it's like you've been bullied. It's not nice at all. Ha ha ha. Wen Xingtian's laughter shook the heavens and the earth. On the other side, Hanged Ghost called out several times, but no one said a word. Not only did no one make a sound, but everyone also looked at him as if he was an idiot. It seemed that this Hanged Ghost had really gone crazy. Besieging a hidden dragon martial artist. How could you say that out loud? We're not stupid. It's true that Sui Xiaoduo is a student of Hidden Dragon martial artist. It's also true that these people from Hidden Dragon martial artist came to protect Sui Xiaoduo. It's also true that we're enemies. However, this is different from everyone joining hands to besiege the Hidden Dragon martial artist and even killing all of them. Our target, from the beginning to the end, is only Sui Xiaoduo alone. If Sui Xiaoduo appeared now, we would go up and kill him. The people from Hidden Dragon martial artist wanted to protect him and started a fierce battle, and we killed them. But now, without Sui Xiaoduo appearing, we directly killed the people from Hidden Dragon martial artist. These are two completely different things. The former can be said to be a personal grudge, a personal standpoint. There are rules in the underworld, and King of Hell Palace makes the decisions. The latter is for no reason, and will cause endless trouble. Most importantly, our main purpose here is to offer a reward, and not to deal with the Hidden Dragon martial artist. This is something that we have to be clear about. The reason for dealing with Sui Xiaoduo is because of the reward from King of Hell Palace. That's why we're here. We can even face the Hidden Dragon martial artist for this. But without this premise, directly facing the Hidden Dragon martial artist is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the country. Who can bear the consequences of this? Killing Sui Xiaoduo will at most be chased down by the Hidden Dragon martial artist. But killing many of the Hidden Dragon martial artist's teachers will lead to the pursuit of all the strong people in the country. This is the difference in the results. You hanged ghost, you're not trying to kill all of us, are you? Hanged Ghost's eyes were about to split open, but he couldn't do anything. His face was getting more and more embarrassed. He wanted to leave, but his brother was still in a desperate situation, and was still looking at him. Although everyone knew that there was no hope. But if he left now, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the Jianghu in the future. Thousands of people were watching with their eyes wide open. Among these thousands of people, other than the Hidden Dragon martial artists group, the others were all people with no bottom line. No, when the Hidden Dragon martial artists group was dealing with him, they also had no bottom line. If he turned around and left, then this hanged ghost, his sworn brother, is struggling in a desperate situation, and he turned around and left. It's fine to watch his brother die, but he actually turned around and left. This hanged ghost, TSK. It could be imagined that this kind of talk would definitely spread throughout the world. This kind of result, even if it was a shameless person like hanged ghost, he would still be forced to death. Your Hidden Dragon martial artist student is not here. Wen Xingtian, why aren't you leaving? Be careful that your disciple is killed. Hanged Ghost said viciously. Wen Xingtian said with a smile, no hurry, no hurry. No matter what, I have to see this big show end first. If I can't see the third brother of the Huangquan three ghosts die in front of me, I can't leave no matter what. Such a good show, how can I not enjoy it? Ha ha ha. Hanged Ghost, you also don't want to leave. Don't tell me you also want to be like me, waiting to see the end of this big show. Hanged Ghost's clenched teeth voice traveled several miles. Wen Xingtian, just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Drowned Ghost roared. At the Hidden Dragon martial artist's side, the teachers all looked at Wen Xingtian with a strange expression. No wonder Sui Xiaoduo's tongue was so sharp, extremely despicable. So this was the root of it, it was all Wen Xingtian's teachings. Really. Like teacher, like disciple, from the same lineage. Now they had finally found the source. TSK. Wen Xingtian, this despicable person, had already reached a certain level, unfathomable, superb. In the future, they would not dare to provoke him. Even if they did, they would definitely greet him with their hands. When it came to words, he was not good. If Wen Xingtian knew what others were thinking, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Then, He would remember who he had been infected by. What did it mean by like teacher, like disciple? He had been led astray by that kid, okay? In this aspect, that kid was the real expert. Well, like teacher, like disciple, it was not wrong, on the other side. Hungry Ghost was now on the verge of death. Big brother, second brother, leave. Don't watch me die, I will die miserably. The giant centipede was getting more and more impatient. It raised one of its legs and lashed the four of them with its whip. As it lashed the whip, it straightened its body and looked coldly at the human ants in the distance. Did you see that? If you dare to come over again, you will end up like this. The four people in the centipede's circle struggled to get up. Suddenly, they roared in unison, raised their weapons, and charged toward the giant centipede. This was a true charge to the death. This was a battle without any hope. The giant centipede's two tentacles moved and already tied the four people up. The four of them were already on the verge of death. How could they have any strength? The so-called charge just now was because they knew it was hopeless and did not want to embarrass themselves in front of others. They wanted to die quickly. After being trapped by the two tentacles, the giant centipede stuffed them into its mouth. With a crunch, it had already bitten the four people into two. Then, it spat them out. However, the four of them were completely dead. Then, the giant centipede straightened its body and turned its head. Its cold eyes continued to look in their direction. Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost closed their eyes as their hearts were cut by a knife. Third brother was dead. He died miserably, there was no way to collect his corpse. The giant centipede did not leave and continued to flaunt its strength. Everyone could only watch from afar. Seeing that the four people were dead and that Swa Xiao Duo was definitely not nearby, many people turned around and left. After a while, Yi Chongqing waved his hand and the group of people from Hidden Dragon High School turned around and were about to leave. Before Wen Xingtian left, he did not forget to call out, "Hanged Ghost, your brother is dead. Don't forget to collect his corpse. Let me tell you, it's fine if you just watch your brother die. The situation is stronger than you and you can't do anything about it. However, if you don't even want to collect his corpse, I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart." Of course, I have never looked down on you. Wen Xingtian laughed loudly, "Hanged Ghost. If you don't dare to collect your brother's corpse, I will look down on you even more. However, I believe in you. You will make me look down on you even more." Hanged Ghost directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were about to crack as he panted heavily. He could clearly feel that his liver was already swollen from anger. There was actually such a despicable person in this world. This Wen Xingtian was simply endless. These words were clearly saying that he was dead and that he did not dare to collect Hungry Ghost's corpse. However, he seemed like he really did not dare to go. Drowned Ghost raised his head and looked into the distance. Hungry Ghost's corpse had already been split into two and was silent. His eyes were filled with grief. "Boss, what should we do? Are we really not going to collect third brother's corpse?" Hanged Ghost almost spat out blood again. "With that centipede there, how can we collect it? Won't we die together if we go over?" Drowned Ghost hesitated for a while and said, "Then let's wait for a while. When that centipede leaves, we will go over." Obviously, Drowned Ghost did not want to be accused of not collecting his brother's corpse. Speaking of which, who would want to carry such a reputation? Chapter 571. It's too late. Third brother was poisoned too deeply. Now that he's gone, his body will turn into pus even faster. There's nothing we can do. Hanged Ghost sighed sadly. Then, he patted Drowned Ghost's shoulder and dragged him away forcefully. In the distance behind them, a long laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha, one of the three ghosts is missing today. The boss hanged ghost and the second drowned ghost left without collecting his body. Jianghu, sigh. It's a long story. Everyone, if you become sworn brothers in the future, remember not to find someone like this. Pfft. Hanged ghost finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked into the distance with fire shooting out of his eyes. I'm puzzled. Are you done yet? Isn't it enough for you to say it to my face? We've already gone dozens of miles and you're still chattering there. Wen Xingtian, you're actually a fucking woman. Fuck, that the hidden dragon high school people had walked 200 miles, but Wen Xingtian was still laughing at the top of his lungs. The others' faces were all twisted. Just a few words and that was it. Why was there no end to it? Speaking of which, everyone was used to being a role model and was used to being a good teacher. They always cherished their reputation and were used to being sanctimonious. They really weren't used to Wen Xingtian today. But Yi Changqing, who should be speaking the most, didn't stop him, which was rare. Because he knew that Wen Xingtian was using this method to tell Zhuo Xiaoduo, we're here. There's a lot of people here. If you can't hold on, come over here. But Yi Changqing's heart was heavy now. Just this Centipede Valley incident alone had gathered thousands of people. And this force was the people he had brought with him. They were definitely no match for it. If Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't show up, they wouldn't dare to attack the Hidden Dragon High School people. But if Zhuo Xiaoduo showed up, it would give them a reason to attack. If they didn't show up, they would be Jianghu people facing the government. If they showed up, they would become a group of hunters facing their prey and their prey's bodyguards. Don't underestimate this conceptual shift. The former could mobilize the entire continent to hunt down all the participants, while the latter could only capture the murderer at most. This was a completely different matter. Don't split up to avoid being defeated one by one. Yi Changqing instructed in a low voice. If it really comes to a critical moment, I'll take the 100-fold pill alone and escape with Zhuo Xiaoduo. And at the very least, we need a few people to sacrifice themselves to stop the pursuers. Everyone was expressionless as they lightly nodded their heads. They didn't seem surprised at all. Regarding this point, after seeing today's lineup, everyone was mentally prepared and knew what to expect. It's just death. It's no big deal. Compared to our comrades who were buried on the battlefield, we have already lived for many more years. We are content. When Zhuo Xiaoduo came out of the exterminating space pagoda, it was already night time. Furthermore, it was only after he had finished compressing his true core strength for the second time. Before he came out, he naturally sent Xiaolong to inquire about the situation. He only came out after confirming that it was safe. How is it? They're all dead. Xiaolong wagged his tail. The 76 people who chased us earlier are all dead. They were all killed by that giant centipede. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. I didn't say that. I mean, these 76 people are dead, but where are their space rings? Xiaolong was stunned. He really didn't pay attention to this. Let's go back and take a look. Zhuo Xiaoduo was exasperated. Long, let me tell you. In this world, what is the best wealth to make? It's the wealth of war. What is the easiest wealth to make from war? It's the wealth of the dead. What is the least psychological burden to make from the wealth of the dead? It's the wealth of the enemy's dead. You see, these people came to kill me. The reason why they died was largely because of my design. Therefore, their belongings should be my spoils of war. This kind of causality is very reasonable, isn't it? It's a complete waste to ignore it. If I help them digest it, I believe that they will be grateful to me even in the underworld. Xiaolong was suddenly enlightened. He didn't expect his boss to be so compassionate. In order to make the dead feel at ease, he was so considerate. It seems that my thinking is indeed a little narrow-minded. Xiaolong immediately went back and came back after a while. Most of the corpses have decayed, but the rings and other things are still on the ground. Some of them are buried deep in the soil and are scattered. Xiaolong was very observant. That centipede doesn't want these things. There are also many weapons over there. Where's the centipede? Sua Xiaoduo asked with sparkling eyes. The centipede is still there. It hasn't moved, Xiaolong said. Sua Xiaoduo was immediately discouraged. What's the use of saying it if it's still there? But I think the centipede is definitely going to leave. It's definitely going to return to the mountain wall. Xiaolong said attentively, that centipede has been guarding the treasure for many years under the mountain wall. It's about to mature, so it will definitely go and guard it at a close distance. After all, this place is more than 200 miles away from the treasure. It won't be at ease, so there's no point in staying here. Sua Xiaoduo was relieved. He heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Then I'll wait for a while. Sua Xiaoduo thought in his heart. There seemed to be a lot of good things in this place. There were a few star beast kings here, so no one would come here. Moreover, I seem to have forgotten something important. You mentioned that centipede just now. What is it guarding? Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel curious. Xiaolong was stunned. Then. You want to snatch it too? He would really die if he did. You're thinking too much. I'm not that eager for quick success. Sua Xiaoduo said very innocently, I'm just a little curious. Xiaolong started to fantasize. He said, actually, the thing that the centipede is guarding is really a good thing in the true sense. It's not like the things guarded by tigers and snakes. They're very ordinary. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Tigers and snakes also have things guarding them. Xiaolong said, in fact, this kind of star beast king is basically an ordinary star beast at the beginning. It's just that by chance, it ate something good. And then it slowly grew up. It's similar to the human beings who got lucky and obtained natural treasures and achieved great things by different means. For example, that saber-winged tiger over there was originally an ordinary saber-winged tiger, but now in its body, there are remnants of the ancient demonic tiger's inner core that hasn't been completely digested. It must have eaten a little bit of the ancient demonic tiger's inner core, so it has today's realm and strength. Sua Xiaoduo said, oh, I see. He had to cooperate. Otherwise, it would be awkward for Xiaolong to talk about it alone, and it would be boring. The reason why it's called a little bit of inner core is because the saber-winged tiger's foundation is shallow. Even the highest level mutated saber-winged tiger can't bear the complete ancient demonic tiger's inner core. That's why only a very small piece can withstand it. The same principle applies to astral beasts. Sua Xiaoduo said, yes. Xiaolong said, but just this piece of inner core is enough for this saber-winged tiger to be reborn. It activated the demonic tiger's bloodline and formed the tiger demon's inheritance. I think it must have cultivated some kind of magical power of the demon clan with the help of some fragmented memories in the inner core. As a result, its body became bigger and bigger, and its strength and cultivation also increased. It became the demon king today. Sua Xiaoduo said, yes. Xiaolong, I secretly rolled my eyes. Do you really understand? Yes, yes, yes. What the hell are you saying yes for? But he didn't dare to say this out loud. He just continued to talk. And that Snake King and the Centipede Queen. They basically had the same opportunity. Xiaolong said, as everyone knows, not only did the demon clan exist in this continent a long time ago, but the ancient heavenly court was also established by the demon clan. Back then, the demon emperor unified the universe and ruled the world. The entire continent was ruled by the demon clan. Those demon clan experts naturally emerged one after another and looked down on their peers. Although the demon clan separated from the continent and hasn't returned to this day, there are bound to be many undiscovered demon clan inheritances on this continent of astral souls. Or the remains of the ancient great demon, or some fragmented inner cores. And these are great opportunities for the star beasts on the continent. They are unparalleled fate. As long as you can find them, at the very least, you can improve your cultivation, be reborn, and enter a whole new level. If you're slightly better, you can even activate the ancient great demon's bloodline and obtain the inheritance memories. Cultivating the demon clan's cultivation techniques, you can expect to reach the great Tao. Sua Xiaoduo said, "That's right." Xiao Long secretly rolled his eyes again. Star beasts at the demon king level are usually more willing to wander around. That's because they have innately sharp senses and can sense the remains of their ancient great demon clan ancestors. Once such a demon king suddenly stops at a certain place, there's basically no other reason than that there's something good nearby that it needs. And the things these demon kings need are basically the things mentioned above. Xiao Long took a deep breath and said, "There are actually 3 demon kings in the Star Beast Forest in the Starlight Mountain Range. And they've been here for a long time without leaving. It's inevitable that there's something fishy about it. The sword-winged tiger over there is guarding the remains of a tiger clan ancestor. The remains of the ancestor have merged with the spirit spring and absorbed the moonlight all year round. It's slowly refined and grown into 2 pieces of heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. That was refined from a complete skeleton. This saber-winged tiger cannot directly fuse with and refine it. It can only wait for this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment to ripen and consume it. Using this method, it can obtain the inheritance of the great demon from back then and evolve its bloodline again. And the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is about to mature. It should be in the next few days. So, that sword-winged tiger over there won't leave no matter what. It won't move even if it's struck by lightning." Sua Xiaoduo's eyes flickered. He muttered, "Heavenly tiger moonlight ointment." Hearing the name already made his heart itch. It was very itchy. Chapter 572. Although from the name, he knew that he would not be able to use it. However, this desire to have it, to own it, and to sell it for money was out of his control. What a pity. Sua Xiaoduo sighed gloomily. Heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. How infuriating. Why not the heavenly being moonlight ointment? As for the other side, the white snake is guarding something similar. However, it's the soul crystal of an ancient great demon snake. It's a spirit plant fruit that has been nurtured by the earth chi for so many years, the snake's soul fruit. It also matures during this time. After the snake king consumes it, the effect is similar to that of the saber-winged tiger consuming the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. This will also be one of the few great opportunities in the lives of the 2 demon kings. Do you think the 2 demon kings will easily leave the place they have guarded for so many years? Xiao Long sighed and said, "However, the 2 things that the Tiger King and the Snake King are guarding are not as valuable as the one that the centipede is guarding." "Oh. What do you mean?" Sua Xiaoduo asked. In the mountain wall that the centipede is leaning against, there is a complete corpse of a one-horned flood dragon. Xiao Long was a little envious and said with glowing eyes, "That is the corpse of a flood dragon that has awakened the bloodline of a true dragon. It is only 1 step away from the final transformation to grow 2 horns on its head and transform into a true dragon. The most important thing is that its inner core is intact. As for creatures like the centipede, it has the bloodline of the dragon clan. However, it is very shallow and is not very useful. Even if the centipede king evolves over the years and improves the bloodline of the true dragon, it is still not useful. And this flood dragon corpse has been sealed here for many years. It is nourished by the chi of heaven and earth and gradually produced 3 dragon soul ginsengs. Now the dragon soul ginsengs are still in the transformation stage. It is symbolized by a ball of rolling mist. When the moon is full and the moon is in the sky, the dragon's soul will participate. At that moment, it will transform and condense into a substance. And at that time, it can be consumed. This centipede has been guarding here all this time, waiting for that day. As long as it consumes it, it will be able to activate the thin dragon god bloodline in its body. After that, it will accumulate and continuously awaken its bloodline. With its current foundation, it is not impossible for it to truly transform into a true dragon in the future. Xiaolong's words were full of admiration. The dragon soul ginseng is so awesome that it can be used repeatedly. Sua Xiaoduo was completely shocked. Of course. 3. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were like bells. His eyes widened. Not only are there 3, but the inner core of the flood dragon's corpse is still there. After these 3 mature, as long as they accumulate enough spirit qi, they will be able to continue growing. Xiaolong was a little greedy. It's really hard to say exactly how many times it can grow. Long, tell me honestly, is this dragon soul ginseng useful to you? Sua Xiaoduo touched his chin. It's useful. Xiaolong said, but I'm a luck dragon. No matter what, I can't absorb the power of the spiritual medicine or the bloodline. What I can absorb is the true dragon luck attached to the spiritual medicine, which can accelerate my growth. Is that thing useful to humans? Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up as he asked. It's useful too. Although humans can't awaken the true dragon bloodline or the special magical powers of the dragon clan, it can increase their cultivation and strengthen their physique. The dragon's soul part can also strengthen astral souls. Xiaolong pondered and said, a dragon soul ginseng can increase the cultivation of the person who consumes it by at least 2,000 years. If it's used to refine pills, it can also divide the medicinal power and slowly increase it. Sua Xiaoduo was thoughtful. In that case, if he took that ginseng back. First, he would let Xiaolong absorb its luck. Then, whether it was refining pills or eating it directly, he would benefit greatly. This was a double benefit, a great benefit. If that was the case, wouldn't it be a waste to let the centipede use this thing? Not to mention that the centipede was so ugly. How could it be worthy of such a strange thing? Xiaolong stole a glance at Sua Xiaoduo and murmured, this dragon soul ginseng's ability to increase one's cultivation base is different from those pills that recover one's cultivation base. Recovering one's cultivation base is limited to these, so it can only recover this much. But the dragon soul ginseng increases at the original high point. It's a different situation. Hiss hiss hiss. Sua Xiaoduo began to suck in cold air like a snake. He felt his scalp go numb. I don't want to listen anymore. If I listen anymore, I won't be able to sleep. Go and see if the centipede has left. Get what you can get first. We'll talk about the rest later. After drooling for a long time, Sua Xiaoduo finally suppressed the greed in his heart with difficulty. This centipede really couldn't be provoked. Sua Xiaoduo, you can't be provoked. You can't be provoked. Sua Xiaoduo kept reminding himself. He twisted his legs, twisted his arms, and bit his lips. Finally, he woke up. The most important thing now was to get what he could get first. As for the rest, he would think about it later. It was not until nighttime that Xiaolong came back to report. That hateful centipede had finally returned to the bottom of the cliff. During this time, Xiao Duo took apart a lot of clothes, countless thin threads, and changed them into Xiao silk rope that was more than 100 meters long. Xiao Duo was very cautious. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Xiao Duo carefully rubbed the silk rope, making sure that every thin rope was slender but flexible. Don't hate the tedious things. Don't think it's too much. There's a great demon king over there. He can easily blow this silk rope. That's why we need to make a few more, just in case. Don't be impatient. There are 76 space rings over there. There's a huge amount of wealth in those 76 space rings. Just those few god-reigning cultivators alone are extremely rich. Xiaoduo's expression was solemn, and his voice was serious. Xiao Long was a little confused. He said, "Boss, you. Who are you talking to? You look like you're trying to persuade me, but I don't need you to persuade me. I'm talking to myself." "Who do you think I'm talking to?" Xiaoduo's face was full of annoyance. "Try it. You have to take apart a few sweaters, and then you have to connect more than 100 meters long silk rope. Try it and see how complicated it is." Damn it. If I hadn't been doing this work for myself, persuading with all my heart, persuading with reason, moving with emotion, enticing with benefits, and threatening with power, I would have quit long ago. Is this even a job for humans? Xiao Duo looked up at the sky and sighed. This really isn't a job for humans. Why didn't I prepare some sky silk, ice silk, soft silk? I could have prepared a few kinds of random ones. There's no need to be so fragmented. After he finished speaking, his face was full of sadness. Maybe we don't need so many. We can get them all back with just one silk rope. Xiao Long comforted him. But what if we can't? If we lose half a space ring because of one silk rope? I won't be able to sleep. My heart will ache. Xiao Duo said sternly, "Think about it. Think about those priceless spatial rings lying in the mud all by themselves. No one knows about its rich contents. I feel that it's not worth it. I feel wronged for it. My heart aches, I can't bear it." Xiao Long didn't say anything. This was simply a money grubber. He was speechless. He was really speechless. Let him be. Is Centipede gone? He's gone. He confirmed it 3 times. Then let's go too. Let's go. Xiao Duo was ready to set off in high spirits. Now was the time when no one dared to go over. Even if the other 2 of the 3 ghosts of Netherworld wanted to collect the corpse of Hungry Ghost, they wouldn't dare to come over at this time. Correspondingly, it was also the time when Centipede's vigilance was at its lowest. Besides, if he went over alone with a low cultivation level, he would be the least likely person to arouse Centipede's anger and interest. Right? That it was still the same tunnel. Xiao Duo carefully went in and took a roundabout route like a burrowing mouse. The tunnel had been dug a long time ago, so he was naturally familiar with it. Even though it had been collapsed by landmines, the foundation was still there. After sneaking for 2 hours, he arrived at his destination. Strictly speaking, the collapsed tunnel didn't affect Xiao Duo at all. On the contrary, it was more convenient for him. His entire body was wriggling gently in the messy soil as he floated upwards. His soft body wriggled here and there like a snake. In the collapsed underground, he slowly but persistently crawled upward, fighting for that wisp of golden wind. Xiao Duo took a longer time to crawl to the surface than when he came. It took him 4 hours. Finally, he was 50 feet away from the surface. His head was full of soft mud that had just collapsed. Xiao Duo gasped for breath. After all, He had been doing this for 6 hours. How could he bear it if he didn't have a strong waist? On the ground, in the mud, or just on the surface, one space ring after another sparkled. As for the human corpses, under the strong effect of centipede's poison and after such a long time, they had already turned into thick water and disappeared without a trace. Under the cliff, the centipede lifted its head. Its cold eyes were filled with impatience. Another little worm came over. Looking at its movement trajectory, it was like a snake. Its movement trajectory was actually similar to his own habits. He really wanted to ignore it. But why was this little thing pupa not done yet? Was the speed of the snake clan so slow? It was simply useless. What was the point of living if it crawled so slowly? One of its antennae whipped the ground with a snap. Suddenly, the ground shook. The annoying little snake stopped moving at once, as if it was frightened by itself. However, after only 10 minutes, the snake started moving again. Pupa. Crack. Another whip. It stopped moving again. After a while, it started again. It happened again and again. Centipede Demon King almost laughed out of anger. Chapter 573. The Centipede King was exasperated. You're not done yet. Why are you so persistent? Forget it, I'll let you out. But who would have thought that this abominable snake would actually stop when it was about to reach the ground? Fine, you can stop now. Nothing happened after half an hour. The Centipede King was so annoyed that it couldn't be bothered with it anymore. At this moment, a thin thread quietly appeared on the ground. It slowly slithered all the way to the nearest space ring. The whole process was silent, like a hidden trace. The Centipede King laid its head on its body and pretended to be asleep. It didn't notice this at all. The movement was too small. The silk thread finally reached its position and slowly wrapped itself around a spatial ring that was buried in the soil. Then, it slowly retracted. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The Centipede King raised its head and shook its neck, then lowered it again. Xiaoduo concentrated on pulling back. He was very excited. It was a subtle feeling of catching a big fish. His hands were very steady, and he did not slack off. However, his heart was trembling, and his eyes were filled with nervousness. Closer, closer. The centipede didn't move. It was within 30 meters. It was within 20 meters. 10 meters. Paw. The thread broke. The space ring lay alone 10 meters away. The giant centipede accurately flicked one of its toes and stopped the space ring 10 meters away. Zhua Xiaoduo broke out in cold sweat. Fuck, what's going on? Was I discovered? This is only the first space ring and I've already been discovered. What should I do? Do I have to give up? Zhua Xiaoduo didn't dare to move for a long time. He was afraid that the next moment, he would be killed by the sharp claws. After a full hour, the centipede still didn't move. The sky was already bright. The greedy Zhua Xiaoduo didn't want to give up. He used another thread and extended it 10 meters away. It had just wrapped around the space ring when it broke again. Fuck. Zhua Xiaoduo was pissed. You're awesome. You're eyeing this one. Then I'll choose another one that's more hidden. Thus, half an hour later, another thread that was more than 100 meters long quietly emerged from the ground and wrapped around another spatial ring in the soil. Pull back. Pull back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was getting closer and closer. Only 10 meters left. I'm about to succeed. Zhua Xiaoduo held his breath. Paw. The line was cut. The line was cut again. Seeing this, Shuo Duo almost collapsed. If you don't want me to move, then just don't let me move. I went through so much trouble and finally got within 10 meters of you before you cut me off. This is the last time you cut me off. What are you trying to do? Are you toying with me? The centipede really didn't care about these rings, but it was really bored right now. The spiritual medicine was about to ripen, and it couldn't sleep. What if it fell asleep? It just so happened that this little thing was causing trouble. Therefore, it squinted its eyes and teased it casually to pass the time. Plus, it was payback for being annoyed for half the night. It could tell that this little ant wasn't a little snake. It was a human ant like before. This ant was obviously interested in these small circles. It wanted them, but it was reluctant to give them up and kept trying. Although I have no use for these things and don't care about them, I won't let you get them so easily. Shuo Duo was extremely depressed in his heart. 2 rings in a row had been intercepted 10 meters away, and both of them were stuck at such a close distance. He could see everything, but he couldn't get his hands on it. This kind of feeling of being on fire in his heart was simply too disgusting. He wanted to leave this sad place far away, but he couldn't bear to. It was such a good opportunity, with a lot of wealth in front of him. How could he leave now? The centipede had only cut the rope twice in a row. It was obvious that he had noticed him, but he didn't do anything else. Obviously, he didn't want to bother with him because he wasn't a threat. But, what's the meaning of this? Are you kidding me? Shuo Duo frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, he couldn't suppress his greed and decided to try again. It was the last time. Yet another thread began to spread out bit by bit. The target for the 3rd ring was a very obvious, sparkling spatial ring. The silk thread was hooked. He dragged it back. Whoosh, close. Only a few steps left. Only 12 meters left. He stopped. Well, there was no movement. So he continued to drag. 9 meters, 8 meters. He got it. The centipede didn't even bother with the 3rd ring. It was easily taken by Shuo Duo. Could it be that this centipede doesn't care? Shuo Duo muttered in his heart. Since he wanted to try again, he would continue to try. The 4th ring. Hooked, dragged. Whoosh. He got it. The 5th ring, he got it. The 6th ring. Closer, closer. Only 10 meters left. Snap. The thread was broken. This made Shuo Duo feel so uncomfortable that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If he didn't succeed in the previous attempts, it proved that the Centipede King was very possessive. It didn't allow others to covet its trophies, regardless of whether they were useful or not. If that was the case, Shuo Duo would have no choice but to leave. If he continued to provoke the other party, who knows when a fatal disaster would befall him. However, the current situation was that after a total of 6 attempts, he had successfully obtained 3 of them, but the other 3 were all stopped 10 meters away from him. Is there something wrong with this centipede? He didn't want to leave. He didn't dare to go out and take more. What was he trying to do? Whatever. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Shuo Duo made up his mind and stretched out the silk thread one by one. Shuo Duo spent 2 nights and 1 day searching for 76 rings. 36 of them fell into Shuo Duo's pocket. As for the other 40, they all stopped 10 meters away from him. They were all gathered together and piled up into a small mountain of rings. The interspatial rings were sparkling, continuously provoking Shuo Duo's greedy nerves. I'm going crazy. I'm going to die. Shuo Duo felt so depressed that he had nowhere to vent. He was about to explode. This centipede is too despicable. The mountain of gold is right in front of me, but I can't get it. What kind of feeling is this? What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Just as Xiao Duo was burning with anxiety and cursing the centipede's ancestors, the sound of something rushing through the air suddenly came from above. A ghostly figure rushed down at an astonishing speed, faster than lightning. His target was the small pile of interspatial rings on the ground. It turned out that Xiao Duo was not the only one who was thinking about this pile of rings. Sure enough, it was true that money could move people's hearts. Many people were willing to risk their lives for it. Thousands of people gathered here, and 99% of them were bounty hunters. There were more than 70 experts whose interspatial rings would not melt. How could they, who worked for money, forget? They had been lurking outside for a long time, but they did not dare to act rashly. After confirming that the centipede had gone back, many people quietly crept over. They came over to take a look. The rings were actually piled up into a pile, just like that, piled up messily on the ground, sparkling. What's the meaning of this? At least the centipede didn't want these things, right? Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed down. Just as this person's hand was about to grab the ring, a long tentacle suddenly shot over and pierced the person's lower abdomen with irresistible force. Following an earth-shattering scream, the tentacle retracted, bringing the person with it. That person dared to pull the whiskers out of the tiger's mouth. He was also a person with a high cultivation. He was injured but not dead. He screamed all the way, which was tragic. Unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy and swore, it was of no use. Soon, there was silence. With a crisp sound, another interspatial ring shot out from the darkness and accurately landed on the pile of rings. Thus, the 40 rings became 41 rings. Those who were ready to make a move outside all felt their hearts stop beating, and their heads were covered in cold sweat. Xiaoduo's heart almost stopped beating as well, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Damn it! That was a cloud transformation realm cultivator, right? Was it? Gone just like that? Xiaoduo's little face was pale with fright. Forget it, I don't want the rest, okay? I already have 36 rings. It's not a small number. More is more. However, just as Xiaoduo had the intention to retreat, and even put it into action, he wriggled his body and quietly moved downwards and backwards. However, just as he moved 3 meters downwards and 1 meter backwards, he suddenly felt that his body was confined, and he couldn't move at all. A ferocious and vicious aura had firmly bound him. You want to leave? No way. I haven't played enough. Xiaoduo felt cold all over. He only felt that the strand of energy that was entangling him was both unfamiliar and familiar. His mind was blank. He knew that he shouldn't be so greedy. Now, he was done for. The centipede queen was a little depressed now. It was extremely bored, and it had already fallen in love with the feeling of the long rope quietly stretching out. It was like teasing a mouse, and when you carefully and fearfully pulled back, when you were about to reach it, it suddenly cut off the fragile rope. This feeling could only be described with one word: cool. Again, cut it off again. Ha ha ha. Happy. The centipede queen observed the depressed expression on the little mouse's face with its divine sense. It was angry but didn't dare to speak. The centipede queen felt that it could play like this for 8 to 10 years. At least before the treasure it was guarding appeared, it didn't have to worry about loneliness. However, just as it was getting better and better, and was about to develop a new round of fun games, another ant rushed down and wanted to steal its source of happiness. How can this be? Fuck. This is simply courting death. Since you're courting death, I'll just poke you to death with my tentacles. You're thinking too much, aren't you? You want to steal from me. You want to steal from me? Then try it with your life. However, after stabbing this fellow to death, the centipede queen discovered a very frightening thing. This sudden change frightened the little mouse below. He actually stopped dragging it with the rope and wanted to run away. The centipede queen couldn't help but feel anxious. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.